Joita is Professor of Law and Policy in Water and Environmental Resources at the University of Amsterdam and at the IHE Delft Institute for Water Education. And she's also the Faculty Professor on Sustainability, leads the program group on governance and inclusive development. She also used to be co-chair of the Earth Commission and is a member of the Global Commission on the Economics of Water. In 2023, she's the winner of the Spinoza Prize, the highest prize in the Netherlands for academic work. So we are extremely honored and impatient, actually, to listen to Joita. Welcome, Joita.
Thank you. May I have my slides, please?
Sure.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to be talking about a slightly larger story about Earth system boundaries as opposed to planetary boundaries. And my Earth system boundaries focuses on local to global boundaries. So it's not just at the global level. So that's one of the key differences. And the second difference is we focus on justice. This is also based on our outlook on Earth system justice. And then I'll talk a little bit about what minimum needs means for Earth system justice and how to move towards transformation. Next slide. So in our particular case, the Earth Commission decided to pick 5 because simply we didn't have the time. We looked at aerosols, climate, biosphere, water cycle, and nutrient cycles. Next slide. And we decided to look at safe boundaries. And a safe boundary is a boundary that maintains the resilience and stability of the Earth system. Next slide. What we then did was to identify 8 boundaries for the 5 domains that we have selected. So we basically had 2 boundaries for biosphere, 2 for water, and 2 for nutrients. Just to give you an example, we chose 1.5 degrees centigrade as the safe boundary for global warming because beyond 1.5, 4 tipping points can be triggered. In terms of biosphere, for intact nature, we say that the global system should protect 50 to 60% of nature in an intact manner. And in the areas that are actually managed ecosystems, so we're talking about cities and agricultural area, there 20 to 25% of every square kilometer should be devoted for nature. And then we have a number of different boundaries for other issues. For example, for groundwater, we say that you should not take out more water than you recharge. So these are our safe boundaries. Next slide. But the question is, are these safe boundaries just? Now, to identify what a boundary, when a boundary is just, we try to look at how to minimize exposure of humans to significant harm from Earth system change. Next slide. And therefore, we use basically an idea called Earth system justice. And Earth system justice builds on recognition justice or looking at the problem from the perspective of the weakest, and epistemic justice, so including other knowledge systems. It has 3 I's: interspecies and Earth system stability, intergenerational justice, and intragenerational justice. It has procedural and distributive or substantive justice. And then these elements are used to both create ends and means. So in terms of ends, we're looking at just no significant harm boundaries and just minimum access boundaries. And then we look at means to achieve these boundaries. And we have a number of ideas just addressing the drivers of ecological degradation and vulnerability. And how do we review existing allocation mechanisms? Next slide. So let's go to climate change. We discover that at 1.5 degrees centigrade already, there's significant harm to 200 to 500 million people. And therefore, we try to see at what level is the harm perhaps acceptable. We chose 1 degree centigrade because at 1 degree centigrade already, tens of millions of people are affected by the climate change problem. And therefore, we chose 1 degree centigrade as the just boundary. And because we take the most stringent of the safe and just boundaries, 1 degree centigrade is therefore the safe and just boundary for climate change. Next slide. So in using this approach, we tried to find out what would be the just boundaries for all the domains. And essentially, we concluded that there were 3 boundaries that would need to be changed: climate change, aerosol pollution, and nitrogen. Climate change, I've just explained. Nitrogen was because nitrogen pollution triggers eutrophication later than it triggers pollution to the water, such that it makes it more difficult to create drinking water. And therefore, we tightened the nitrogen budget. For aerosol pollution, we discovered that the aerosol pollution at the global level is not adequate to cover the aerosol pollution at the local level. And that led us to tighten the aerosol boundary. In this figure, what you see is the green area is the safe and just area within which humans should try to live. The red area is the safe boundary. The blue area is the just boundary. So this is roughly our proposal with respect to just boundaries. Next slide. Now I introduce the yellow balls. The yellow balls show where we are today in relation to these boundaries. And you will find that we have breached 7 out of the 8 globally defined boundaries. The only one that we have not yet breached at global level is aerosol pollution. However, aerosol pollution has been breached locally in many parts of the world. Next slide. And here you see that at least 2 boundaries have been breached in the areas that are between light yellow till dark red. And essentially, these boundaries have been breached for 52% of the land, as well as affects 86% of the world population. Next slide. So the question that comes up is, how can we live within the safe and just boundaries? And that basically means, next slide, how can we move into the green area? And in order to be able to move into the green area, the next question we want to discuss is, what does the sustainable development goals imply in terms of these boundaries? So we took 4 goals in relation to access to food, water, energy, and infrastructure. And then we translated these goals into actual numbers per person. And then we multiplied it through a number of factors to identify what is the damage in terms of pressures per domain. Next slide. So here what you see is, in blue, we show the current pressure on the Earth system. As I mentioned earlier too, we have crossed all these boundaries. All the boundaries shown here have been crossed. Now, if in the year 2018-19, we were to meet the minimum needs of all people, and we have 2 levels, a dignified level beyond survival or escape from poverty. Dignified level is shown in yellow, escape from poverty in pink. Then you can see that we cross the boundaries even further. The message of this story is that if you want to meet minimum needs of all people worldwide, this is not possible without radical transformation of the current system in which we live. Next slide. And that basically means that if we are the yellow spot and the red line is the safe boundary, the blue, the just boundary, the question is there a corridor? Now, we have created a corridor by giving all humans on Earth, so everybody, including you and me, the minimum amounts of energy, water, food, and agriculture and infrastructure. And this basically means, in terms of energy, 3 bulbs and a refrigerator. And then we've identified what is the green space. Now, that space is quite limited. This work is currently in review, so I can't give you the numbers, but essentially we've identified the space that's available for all humans after you deduct a minimum amount for everybody. And the question is, how then do we allocate this green space to people? Now, in terms of transformation, to give a very brief account, we identified drivers such as accumulation, the need to continuously create wealth and accumulate that for some people, certain types of technology, consumerism, the development paradigm. In terms of trying to sort of solve the problem, we think it's very important to move forward on the issue of liability caused liability for harm that you cause to other people, to revisit allocation mechanisms today, which includes grandfathering, sovereignty, which determines who has access to what, markets, equity, etc. And the three major sectors that we think need focus on are energy, food, and resources. Next slide. So coming to my more or less last slide, for climate change, I think the key challenges are that in terms of countries, the rich countries are not yet prepared to give a clear signal to developing countries that they are willing to take legally binding reduction targets. In fact, anyway, developing countries have 70% of the remaining fossil fuels. And that's a big challenge because they feel that they should be able to use those fossil fuels. Moreover, developing countries have huge loans that they have to pay back. And they think that developing these fossil fuel resources will enable them to pay back those debts. If you look at companies, a very recent newspaper article talks about how ExxonMobil and Chevron are continuing to make today huge investments in new fossil fuel. And that's quite worrying. If you look at investors, investors continue to invest in fossil fuel. And what we find is that even though development banks, for example, are saying that they will not themselves invest in fossil fuel, they invest in developing country banks, which then invest in fossil fuel. Moreover, divestment does not really solve the problem. It leads to new investors. And worldwide, we are seeing that consumers are increasingly locked into a fossil economy. And another problem is that the Paris Agreement is essentially voluntary. So I think, to do it very quickly, I think some of the approaches are we need to continue to demand binding targets from rich countries. We need to channel investments towards renewable energy services and punish investments in fossil fuel. We need to go in for debt cancellation. We need to try and boycott companies that continue to invest in fossil fuels. We need to name and shame investors in fossil fuel. We need to give consumers an alternative. Maybe go vegan, for example. And we need to try and make Paris increasingly compulsory if we are to have any chance of meeting the 1.5 degree target. Last slide. I'd like to thank the Earth Commission and the European Research Council for enabling the research for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyita. Thank you, Joyita, for this extremely inspiring and initial remarks. We will have so many follow-up questions for you, I'm sure. So we're going to get back to you a little bit later in the panel. We've heard your call to a really strong call to action to be extremely radical in our approaches if we want to have a safe and just transition. All of us, I think, here had in mind or having in mind the 1.5 degree framework as our sort of point of anchorage. So it's so interesting to hear from you that actually it's 1 degree, that we should have in mind. So turning now to Gilles Carbonnier, of course, I'm turning to an organization that takes action to support vulnerable communities, but also action to address the impact, environmental and climate impact of your own activities. So over to you, Gilles. Sorry, you're the Vice President of the ICRC. Sorry, I'm getting my presentation. And we're also very privileged to have you as a board member of the Climate Action Accelerator. Since 2007, you've been a professor of development economics at the Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies in Geneva. And prior to this, you worked with the ICRC in Iraq, Ethiopia, El Salvador, Sri Lanka, and served as an economic advisor at the ICRC's headquarters. So over to you, Gilles.
Thank you very much, Beatrice, and good morning, everyone. It's great and challenging to follow suit after Jayeta's very interesting but global overview. And I think that this article published very recently in Nature really deserves a thorough reading, and I look forward to accessing it and looking through the call for transformation that you just made, which is so important. I want now to zoom in on the realities of our humanitarian operations on the ground, and just say that our staff working mainly in Africa, across the Sahel, Lake Chad Basin, Horn of Africa region, but also in the Middle East, all the way to Afghanistan, what they witness daily is very alarming. It's this conjunction of climate change consequences compounded by very rapid environmental degradation in places where people endure protracted conflict. And if you look at the latest Global Adaptation Index of Notre Dame University, you see that indeed 2/3 of the countries that are most impacted by climate change, but also least capable and equipped to adapt to climate change, 2/3 of them are countries enduring protracted crisis, protracted conflict. And these are also countries which are called fragile, with weak institutions, where there is hardly any climate finance flowing and measures being taken to help the people impacted on the ground. So basically what we have done in this framework is to say, well, there is an urgent need to act. Maybe we have waited for too long to expect at the global level radical action which is needed, and we will now see what will happen in the COP28. But I think this call for action, and I like the title of this day, fast tracking. We need to fast track action at all levels. And it goes from the global to the national, but also to the organizational and individual level. So I will focus on the organizational level and what we do at the International Committee of the Red Cross to try to cope and contribute to this. So what we have basically done is to focus on three main axes. The first one is to limit our own ecological footprint, both climate or greenhouse gas emissions and environmental footprint. The second is to really integrate climate risk, environmental degradation in our operations, in all of our operations, and to say, even if we are meant to protect and assist people, victims of armed conflict, we need also to factor this into our operations. And this is more on the adaptation front. And the third is to try to strengthen the protection of the natural environment in legal, all the way from legal texts, international humanitarian law, down to policies and action, even in the midst of armed conflicts, through advocacy, through engagement with the governments. So I will focus mainly on the first aspect, which is mitigation at our little scale to try to reduce our own footprint. We have developed an environmental roadmap together and in partnership with the Climate Action Accelerator. And this roadmap consists of over 20 action points, which can be subsumed in three different domains. The first is to calculate a baseline of our own greenhouse gas emission by 2018, and then to have a roadmap to cut them by half until 2030. And what we discovered is that about 2/3 of these emissions are indirect. They are the result of what we purchase in terms of goods and services from supplier, and that we have absolutely to factor this into as a priority into our analysis. The second is to reduce our own wastes and to be more responsible in treating the waste that we cause where we operate. And the third is to integrate sustainability principle in our supply chains. With regards to the roadmap, I would say that the good news is that it's not a total revolution. A lot of the action point actually is to accelerate things that we have to do anyhow. Changing our vehicle fleets, moving to e-vehicles, to lighter vehicles, revisiting our travel policy to reduce some of our travels in terms of procurement, to go more local, to have shorter circuits and more, I would say, regional purchase policies. And to also engage as a responsible organization our suppliers, not only in terms of looking at their social performance, labor, and so forth, but also the environmental performance and engaging the dialogue with them. Maybe a word on the process itself to come up with this roadmap. First, it's been a participatory process. We have over 200 colleagues, both in Geneva, but also in the field, that have contributed to building the roadmap. Second, we had as a principle to say, well, this roadmap should not add a layer of bureaucracy and should not hinder our capacity to provide emergency assistance like today, for instance, in Gaza. So what would be a killer is if our heads of operations across the world would say, well, with this roadmap, we get paralyzed because we are not able to deliver. So it was key to factor this as a priority. And finally, it's very much under the humanitarian principle of do no harm, realizing that the people we seek to assist and protect are the ones most affected by climate change, by environmental degradation, and we don't want to add to the harm that is caused. Finally, what we also see is that by moving to, adopting this roadmap, we are also able to increase some of the resilience of energy systems, of water provision, and the rest in the places where we are. By going decentralized, by trying to have access to renewables, we see that even in the midst of armed conflicts, this allows maintaining essential services up and running and having less of vulnerabilities through a strike to a centralized system. Maybe just to conclude, what we know is that we shouldn't do this alone. So I think the Climate Action Accelerator, you provide a platform for the whole humanitarian sector and also the health sector to coalesce and share experience, expertise. We see that we need a lot of this expertise to be shared not only within the humanitarian sector, but also beyond with international organizations and the private sector. And we can also appreciate the fact that we engage suppliers in trying to bring bring the bar up with regard to their environmental and climate performance, joining hands with other humanitarian organizations is key to have more of a weight in our conversations with suppliers. So this is very much a work in progress, even in the very difficult financial environment that we, the International Committee of the Red Cross, like all the rest of the humanitarian sector is facing. I think it's key to maintain this as a priority and to keep walking the talk in terms of implementing these engagements and commitments, because it's, at the end of the day, will help us also to save costs when we, especially as we see energy costs are going up very fast. And it's also a question of responsibility vis-a-vis the people we seek, the most vulnerable people we are working with. So I will stop here and look forward to the conversation.
Thank you so much, Gilles. There's a lot in what you mentioned as well. And I take away one of the really important points that you mentioned on supply, working with the supply chain, supplier engagement, finding alternative products. And that's definitely a theme that's going to be important for us today. We will discuss it as we discussed food aid in our panel number 1, as well as discussing how to reshape our healthcare models in panel number 2 with the central question of accessing alternative medical products. So thank you for highlighting this theme. Last but obviously not least, Professor Sir David Nabarro, I'm turning to you. David, you're the co-director of the Institute of Global Health Innovation and Professor of Global Health at the Imperial College in London. And you're the strategic director of the Geneva-based foundation Skills, Systems, Synergies for Sustainable Development, so 4SD. And 4SD accompanies practitioners as they advance transformation of complex, contested, people-centered systems. David has served as special envoy of the World Health Organization on COVID-19 and has led the work stream in the UN Global Crisis Response Group on food, energy, and finance since March 2022. So we've heard from the scientific community, we've worked from practical operational organizations, really looking forward to hear from you from the leadership perspective.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much indeed. And just want to say how absolutely brilliant it is to be here. Beatrice, thank you. Joachim, thank you. Everybody in the wonderful Climate Action Accelerator, thank you. And what a stellar series of presentations we've had so far. Professor Gupta's work with Johan Rockström, the paper that was described, the Nature paper that Jill just referred to, is super important. 7 planetary boundaries broken, not 6, 7. And I think that's really very important indeed to hold that. It's a worsening situation. And thank you, Jill, for talking about this amazing work being done within the ICRC, such a central organization at this time. Thank you all for coming. You know, it's a busy day, and you've probably got numerous other calls on your time. But the fact that you're here means that accelerating action on climate is really central in your own thinking. And it's central in my thinking, and it's central in the thinking of so many colleagues who care about the world that will be inherited by the generation of our grandchildren and their children as well. And because you're going to hear such a lot, I thought I would just tell you now the thing that I hope you will remember as you leave here today. And that is the way in which we connect with each other and work with each other across silos, across divides, across culture, across nations. The way in which we work together is absolutely key to the future of our world and her people. So I'm going to stress to you in my few remarks now, it's not going to be technologies that save us and the kids to come. It's not going to be institutions that save us. It's going to be about us and the kind of way in which we normalize a way of working and being that is not about confrontation, conflict, competition, violence, just wars, revenge, and all that goes with that, but is about finding ways to work together. And we've all seen the power of that in the different organizations, programs, companies, and institutions in which we've worked. The ones that hum, that buzz, that excite, that make a difference are the ones where people have learnt to put the collective effort and priorities above their personal interests, ambitions, and needs. Why am I here? Just a bit of background. I did, as Beatrice said, I did have a long time working in the United Nations in different roles. If I'm an expert in one thing, it's getting different groups of people to work together when they don't really want to. And that's what I did when I was in the UN, starting here in Geneva in WHO, and then moving into different roles around the world, and eventually ending up in the office of the UN Secretary General in New York, and working on sustainable development and climate action. I worked with the Secretaries General of the United Nations as they tried to get world leaders to increase their ambition and collective impact on climate. I saw how hard it is to get justice to become the fundamental basis for action. And I can understand why Professor Gupta says it has to be compulsory. But it's not going to be compulsory. There is not the will, the political will in today's world to create compulsion. In fact, things are moving in the other way. And so the only option is to work for collective action as the norm. We had a dry run, you know. COVID-19 has been an exponential threat. It accelerated through the world, and various governments and other observers tried hard to say, well, it's not that serious. There are not that many people dying. It doesn't warrant the kind of actions being taken. And so they didn't act. And then when things got really bad, they acted in a clumsy way by imposing long lockdowns that were not justified scientifically, and ignoring the emerging evidence of what really matters is high levels of surveillance, local level community organization, and equity above all. But that was not the dominant mood among the political actors. Instead, they bickered. Is this really such a big problem? And it became party political. And we really cannot afford for climate to go down that path and stay there. So first, let's just start by at least contemplating and perhaps agreeing, if you do, that the way we live, work, interact, and govern will determine how we, within our communities and jurisdictions, will emerge from the current crises of all kinds. And that means, it means starting to do one thing, which is to find ways to work across divides of all kinds, and most importantly, to make a point of working with people with whom we disagree. Make a point of working with those we don't like. Make a point of working with those who are driven by different motives. So it does mean sitting down with the fossil fuel companies and not shutting them out. And it does mean sitting with those who despise us for our beliefs and trying to understand why they despise us, and then trying to work with them from where they're really at, to feel in to their rhythm, to their anxieties, to their concerns, and to their ambitions, and to understand them. Now, there is a technique for doing this, and it's called systems leadership. And it's got a particular edge to it. If you want to study it, it's called living systems leadership. It's about systems that are made up of living forms, but particularly made up of people. And there's a whole discipline that helps us to understand ways to work with people with whom we don't agree. And indeed, procedures that we can set up based on dialogue that enable the coming together of people with different perspectives. And all the evidence says, if you create a good atmosphere for dialogue. Even if people do not agree on everything, they will be prepared to work together and shift, because it's the relationships between them, the common identity they share, and their willingness to be part of a movement of a change that will enable them to shift, and that will be more important to them than core agreement on what needs to be done on values and on ideology. So getting there means building trust. Building trust means having an unconditional willingness to be open to others. And there's plenty of evidence to show that it works. My evidence comes from work that we're doing right now on the future of food, where in advance of a summit that Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the UN, organized in September 2021, my team at 4SD Foundation were asked to work with the UN to create the basis for widespread dialogue about the future of food in as many countries as possible. 150 governments said, we want to do this. 1,648 dialogues took place, involving 110,000 people all over the world. And the results were posted on the internet, but more importantly, led to collective identification, including here in Switzerland, of pathways towards food systems of the future that have then held in place in 110 of these countries, not always with strength, and help people to become together as a team working for a different style of food system that is sustainable, nourishing, and that is also resilient and equitable. Now, it's not perfect. Things go wrong all the time. Somebody may try to wreck it, but you build that into your thinking and action. Another one, climate change is really affecting people's mental health everywhere. My colleagues at Imperial College in London have initiated a centre called Climate Cares, which is about helping to create the resilience in society that is necessary for effective climate action and the mindsets that are required to enable this way of working to exist. So my challenge to everybody, as you leave here, just think about it. Discuss it at home. Discuss it with your friends. Can we open up to people who we normally shut down to? Can we just focus a bit on who we follow on X Twitter, and try to follow people we don't agree with and see what they're up to? Just give it a try. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was so inspiring. I think we all want to take action now after having heard you, listen to you. Just a follow-up question to the three of you before we switch to the room. What struck me in your interventions is that on the one hand, there is so much we can do at the level of an organization. There is so much we need to do, all of us individually and as organizations as well. As you mentioned, David, we need to sit with those with whom we disagree, and we need to take that leap of faith towards action. You mentioned as well, Joyita, very radical approaches for action. Here in the room, we are a group assembled with representatives from civil society, NGOs, UN, governments, donors. But a lot of us, I think, mainly are from individuals from civil society, NGO world, from health and humanitarian sectors. So what can we do, actually? It's what's needed is so radical. We're trying to work on at our level of organizations. But what do you think we can do? What's the philanthropic sector can do? What's the humanitarian sector can do? What's the health sector can do faced with this gigantic challenge that we have? So passing the floor to you first, Joyita, and then Jill and David.
Thank you. It's been an inspiring half an hour listening to everybody talk. And I think the question about talking to everybody I've been trying to do that for the last 34 years on climate change, including with large investors, large companies. And what you see is that there is a willingness to talk in public about what should be done on climate change. But when you get into the closed room discussions, then immediately you hear that they are reluctant to take action. And that's because in climate change it's so complicated. For example, my pension funds, my investments, they're all locked up in fossil fuel investment. And even if you try to get out of it, it's quite difficult. And you have basically at this moment about $156 trillion in fossil fuel, $156 trillion in our investment funds, part of which is invested in fossil fuel. Our fossil fuel industry is between $16 trillion and $300 trillion. So it's a really big issue which concerns all of us. And it's really quite difficult to get out of this dependence because we're all so locked in. Even the small farmer is locked in because he has to bring his food to the local markets with a diesel tractor or a diesel truck. And so you see all across the system, there's this lock-in. And to get out of this lock-in, I think there has to be some degree of sacrifice. Now, maybe you don't want to talk about it in terms of sacrifice because that is depressing. Maybe you want to talk about it in terms of an alternative happiness. And how do we achieve this alternative happiness? Is it possible? So, I mean, and that's part of the reason that is behind my storyline of we need to move towards a more compulsory world, because the talking I've seen all these years has basically led to a postponement onto the discussion at the international level as to what level is acceptable in terms of degrees in temperature. The global community basically asked for 22 degrees centigrade, small island states and less developed countries asked for 1.5, and only then did IPCC do the work on 1.5. And my fear is that in the meanwhile, we've already reached 1.2. And 1.5 is very close to being crossed. So that's the reason for the acceleration that you are all part of. And that's why I think courts have a major role to play. Courts can deal with fake news by dismissing them. Courts can make governments take action. Courts can hold companies responsible. And perhaps we need that kind of action today in order to move forward. So it's not as if I disagree with David about the need for communication, but my gut feeling is that that will not happen in time. And in the meanwhile, we'll have to GILS will have much more work to do in terms of rescuing people in climate impacted places. So I feel very strongly that rich countries have to take a clear decision and a legally binding one about what they will do in terms of climate mitigation, because only then will the poorer countries perhaps be willing not to use their fossil fuels. I'm discussing this with fossil fuel actors in developing countries quite frequently, practically every month. And they may basically come back and turn around and say to me, well, why are Western companies still investing in fossil fuel? Why are Western governments still investing in fossil fuel? And that basically means that they feel that they have the right to develop fossil fuel because that will enable them to develop. So, I mean, I don't disagree with you, David. It's just I'm trying to figure out how we can collectively solve this problem within the time frame.
David, would you like to react?
But then, Gilles, I hope you don't mind. First, yeah, okay. First of all, can I just start by saying, Joyita, the work you do and the results that you've managed to produce and the way you communicate is just exemplary. In no way do I want you to think that I'm being a critic in a bad way. I just think that we need to combine the strong positioning that you're doing so importantly, including your calls for sacrifice and reducing the addiction to fossil fuel economy. We need to combine that with an effort to get a much larger consensus around the importance of making shifts. And so it's both and rather than either or is what I'm asking for. Now, to get that consensus around making shifts, the only hope is to talk. You see, the way to avoid it is to deny or to park it or to just say it's too difficult. We've seen that in the past, but now we can't do that anymore. The exponential is coming up against us, whether we're farmers or whether we're living on coasts or whether we're in the Sahel. It's there and it's causing terrible conflicts and suffering. So we've got it. We've got to work on it. I would like dialogue about the world's future in the context of climate change, biodiversity loss, and the other points that Jyoti and team have identified to be something that every school teacher encourages the children in school or the students in universities, if they're university lecturers, every employer, just creating the space at the beginning of every meeting or at the end of every week or at particularly sort of half a day a month for everybody to be just sitting and standing or however they like to be and just exchanging about what they believe needs to be done. It's only through collective consciousness that we will be able to get the other half that's necessary for what Jyoti and Johan and others have been saying in that brilliant work. Because the scientists will say it's got to be done. There will be clamor at Dubai at COP28 saying, why on earth isn't the earth shifting? But there will be a terrible disappointment because in the negotiations, the kind of breakthroughs that everybody wants won't happen. And so we need to create a magnetic field over time, and it's got to be quick. I agree with you, Jyoti, we can't hang around, that enables the political space to be generated so that the kind of things that Jyoti and Johan are asking for can actually start to happen. But without that political space, without that political license, it's going to be super tricky. That's my point. And obviously, I'm not necessarily in the mainstream on this, but I'm saying it because without that, I'm really concerned that the necessary shifts will just happen too late, and there'll be an awful lot of suffering that occurs in the meantime.
Maybe to follow up on the conversation, I would like to say what we need to do is to go at scale. But when we say at scale, let me unbundle what is at scale for us at least. The first is we need to be much stronger as a sector. You mentioned, Beatrice, that here we have international organization representative, NGO representatives, and diplomats and donors. As a sector, we have tried, for instance, in December 2021, to propose a charter on environment and climate change for humanitarian organizations. We launched that charter together with the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. Nowadays, we have 370 plus signatories, and we have 12 states and the European Union as supporter for implementing the charter, which really goes along the different points that I mentioned. So as a sector, we coalesce and we try to have more weight. And for instance, I mentioned in the case of going through certification of suppliers who walk the talk and are responsible suppliers that help us reduce our own greenhouse gas emission. This is one way to go about it. Then when we say going at scale, I see that hardly any money goes for climate change adaptation to conflict-affected people. Because it's too risky, because it's too complex, and because it's difficult to go big in these regions. That's a shame. We are at present, for instance, in the north of Mali, going through the construction of mini dams, and these mini dams have helped restore the aquifers who had gone down 200 meters back to 60 meters. So this means that agropastoralists are again able to dig wells and have access to water. These mini dams also allow to have more irrigation through a longer time period for agriculture and pasture. So these are small-scale interventions that needs to be multiplied. And when we say going at scale, it's going at different scales. And investing in these small-scale interventions that might be, less interesting for instance, the portfolio manager of the World Bank or the Africa Development Bank, who just want to say my portfolio has doubled to this and that, so many 100 millions, but that really make a difference for the people most affected. So this is a second way. And the third one, I think, is really this conversation about opening up and having conversations with each and every one. Indeed, when we see political backlashes and the results of democratic elections, be it in Switzerland or across the world, we can see that we are in an extremely divided, polarized world. Nowadays, as a professor at the Graduate Institute, I can see that having a conversation where we invite the main stakeholders on migration, on climate change, let alone on the current situation in the Middle East, is a no-go because for some understandable reason, some of the students don't accept that certain stakeholders are invited at the table and that we engage. But these students will be the ones that will lead or contribute to make the world a better place tomorrow. And I think this call for at least knowing and understanding your opponents is key. And this is not new. As you know, communist leaders over 100 years ago say, if you want to win the battle, know the opponents, know your enemy. Exactly. So I think more than that, building bridges nowadays is absolutely of the essence. And we can see at the level of our own conversations with the actors of armed violence, the parties to armed conflict, that there are ways and means to try to influence these parties towards greater adherence to international humanitarian law. And I think in the climate sector, there are also ways and means through behavioral sciences. And Joyeta Gupta, you are in the School of Behavioral Sciences as well, nudging all the way from individual behavior all the way to how at the level of international relations we can nudge and force through a combination of, and I think there everyone has its role to play, a combination of political pressure asking for binding regulations and having also outcry of people who do not accept and do not want to go into the future that is looming, to other people who engage constructively in a conversation to try to move towards and bring the big ones towards a greener future. So a lot to do on our plates, but I think again it's a question of acting at all these different levels. And the Climate Action Center Accelerator, again, you have this role at the level of the sector. And I think this is these are very welcome initiatives that need to be supported.
Thank you, Gilles. Thank you all. I think we have time for questions. I'm sure there's going to have a lot of reactions and questions from the room and from the people in the chat. So if you're online, please write your questions or your remarks in the chat, and we will read them from here, from the room. And I'm turning first to the room here in Geneva. Do you have any comments, remarks? Yeah, I see a few hands raised already. So. Julien, the lady here, and I think another gentleman at the back. Can you please introduce yourself before speaking?
Should I speak first?
Go ahead.
Hello. Thank you so much for your interventions today. It was really insightful. I wanted to continue this conversation on partnership building. And I have a question on this time, 2030, that we have as a target, and it's almost tomorrow. So of course we're desperate, there's some climate anxiety, and we need rapid action. And we mentioned about radical transformation and all of this, and conversation usually take time. But my question goes into, how do you build this gap between the different interests, or the building the gap on between science, businesses, policymakers? How do you facilitate this? So yes, that's my question.
Thank you. We're going to take the three first questions first, and then turn to the panelists.
Okay. Should I go ahead? Yeah. Mary Jean Buer, I'm working as an expert for INNOSWISS, the Swiss agency for innovation here, and the Solar Impulse Foundation. So my question is about how, I really enjoyed the discussion. First of all, I completely agree with everything that was said. On the other hand, it's some things were, yeah, it's just hard to find the right, about the oil and gas sector in particular, whether we should engage with them or not. And I just had the idea, I used to work at the Haute École d'Ingénierie et Gestion de Canton of Vaud as a chef de projet, and we worked with many companies, including oil and gas companies, as academics. So working with them, trying to understand how do we change business models, how do we have them work together with other industries to work on things like synthetic fuels, how do we produce maybe hydrogen from solar panels? You know, they are trying to make a transition, of course, very slow. And it's true that they typically invest more in publicity, very beautiful videos of how they're going to transition and meet their 2050 targets. But in fact, when you get down to it, they always say it's expensive, and it is expensive. But I want to come to a suggestion, and I think there's an opportunity here with the humanitarian assistance community to actually use the environment to test innovative solutions for decentralized energy production, and also to make them resilient. There's a lot of solutions also for water when you combine. So I'm wondering, how can you use maybe in some communities the knowledge from the oil and gas community, those that are willing to go forward and be, futuristic, to produce energy locally from solar, from, let's just say solar. There's many other solutions. There's geothermal, we talked about other solutions, but producing hydrogen, for example, locally, using the hydrogen for the vehicles, for the humanitarian assistance, and basically making an autonomous communities all over the world. We've tried to make this happen here in Switzerland. It's very difficult. It's a huge, I can't explain it now, but it's very difficult for this to even happen here in Switzerland. But can we make it happen in developing countries where there are needs, local needs? They need to be resilient to any type of shocks, energy shocks, any energy price shocks. They need to be resilient, and we can make it happen. So that's the question and suggestion.
Thank you for your question. Next question. Can you please introduce yourself and try and be as concise as possible to give a chance to everybody to speak? Thank you.
I'll surely try to. Juan Villarejo. I work at the Enterprise for Society Center in Lausanne. It's an academic institution. And I have a remark and a question. The remark is when you have mentioned that sometimes we are constrained individually, for example, an investor that's looking for profit because of some constraint they have. I think sometimes it's about getting to a bigger scale, getting to another scale really, and thinking big. So for example, in that case, if all investors agreed and discuss together, they could agree to convince and advocate for carbon pricing, then basically you change the rules of the game. Fossil fuel investments are much higher. They don't deliver profit. So basically you're not longer constrained. So you have changed the rules of the game. And my question is related to this. Why don't I hear almost nowhere this, this solution that for me it's super powerful about pricing pollution, or it's also called the true cost of things, like true cost of food, true cost of what we have. Thank you.
And I think there was a very last question here, if you can.
So Julian from Nutriset. I've got a question to Mr. Carboni. You mentioned that a major proportion of the carbon footprint, but environmental footprint in general from ICRC was related to suppliers of goods and services. Of course, we are all aware about the emergency of action we should take care of. So my question is, you mentioned certification, but beside that, how concretely can we work with suppliers? Can you work with your suppliers of goods and services to push them doing better, faster? So yeah, how can we work together better between the suppliers and the emergency agencies?
Thank you. Thank you. So we have 4 questions. One, how to bridge the gap between science, business, policy making. A second remark and question on testing innovative solution for decentralized or local energy production. A third remark on scaling up investment and thinking of the true cost of items in relation to carbon pricing. And last question for Gilles on suppliers engagement. We'd like to go first. You can react to any of these questions. Joyita, yeah? Okay, go ahead.
I think on climate change, science has been very effective in informing policymakers. So that is not the problem. The problem is that you also have fake news, and you also have policymakers that don't want to accept the climate science. So you have you're now fighting also hugely with fake news in a society. On the issue of business, climate science has not so far really looked at the business side, the investor side of things. That is now coming up in the IPCC. So that's a separate part of the story that has to be made stronger. In terms of oil and gas, I think it's very, very useful for us to invest in sustainable renewable energy. So that means that also ensuring that the mining of the new products that we need for renewable energy is also done in a sustainable manner. That's really important. And I think scaling up that would be very important. I agree with you. I think with the true cost narrative, that's also very important. The question is, will societies accept true cost? Every time you see that a society is asked to pay a slightly higher bill for fossil fuel, people protest on the streets. And that becomes really, really difficult to even raise the cost of fossil fuel for the middle class people. So that's another question. How do we do this in a way that people don't vote out governments that are trying to do it? I think the biggest challenge I see in all 4 questions is the fact that the fossil fuel business itself has so much of its investment in the fossil fuel arena. So their assets are fossil fuel. Their assets are fossil fuel infrastructure. And so that makes it very difficult for them to do something else, because they can't sell that infrastructure. They can't sell that fossil fuel if they want to move away. And we don't want them to sell that fossil fuel to somebody else, because then there's a new vested interest in fossil fuel. I think that's the big problem that we face. And how do we deal with that is something we're trying to do research on right now.
Gilles or David, would you like to follow up?
Yeah, maybe starting with the question of Nutriset and Julien, how can we work together with our suppliers better? I think, Nutriset, you probably are among those who really revolutionized part of some activities in the humanitarian sector when it comes to fighting acute malnutrition, child malnutrition. And I think ATM machines and M-Pesa also revolutionized the way we move to cash assistance. But then we have to discuss and see together what it means overall in terms of the environmental and climate footprint of any innovation that changes the way we do business. And in that sense, I know we have engaged conversation on packaging because when you go to any place where the humanitarian community has been very active for a while, it's really very telling to see the amount of waste and the level of environmental destruction that result, and this cannot go on. So I think that it's important that in our own organizations, our purchasers and head of procurement are equipped to engage a conversation with you and to really work together to reduce our environmental footprint and to see how we can be responsible with regard to wastes and waste treatment. Much more has to be done, and that's why I think working as a sector is more, efficient and effective. Possibly also for you, and it would be interesting to hear your own views on that. And I hope you will have the opportunity to jump in. The other questions with regard to innovation and move to decentralized energy systems and being more frugal, but also more resilient. Absolutely true. We do try to integrate innovation concretely in the field. We have, for instance, installed mini grid for electricity and powering our warehouse for medical supplies in Nairobi, and from there to see whether we can replicate this. We certainly move to renewables when it comes to a lot of our systems. But what we have also done, for instance, in Gaza, over the past few years, we have invested a lot in what we call the Gaza resilience systems, which was based on a comprehensive public health impact assessment of the situation in the Gaza Strip. And through that, we have tried to precisely instill innovation that would make essential, vital services more resilient to the possibility of attacks. Then resilience has a limit. And with the level of destruction and hostilities we have now, even decentralized systems, face their limits and may not be fit for purpose at all. But still, I think this is an interesting attempt to try to test innovations and to see how we can actually leapfrog. And as you said, these kind of innovations can be then very relevant for Switzerland and other, major high-end markets as well. And the beauty of it is that some of these innovations might be also more frugal in the sense that they can be adapted and at a reasonable costs for middle-income countries. So I think this is something we should explore more, because out of necessity, we might be forced to try to move and innovate in crisis situations. And some of these innovations may be very much relevant to be replicated at a larger scale. So this, again, we need greater partnerships. I think the partnerships we are developing in terms of research and applications with ETH in Zurich and EPFL is a case in point. And we hope that this will produce tangible results also when it comes to reducing our climate footprint, but also proposing some solutions that can be scaled up outside of the sector.
I could listen to you actually for hours. Thank you for the way you do it. The questions, I think, exposed some of the constant challenges that those of us who are working on these issues face now and are going to face into the future. Let's start with the 2030 targets and how we feel about what's happening in relation to them. Just remember, those targets were set by humans through negotiation, informed by science, but it was a political negotiation that took place amidst a very exciting backdrop. It was 2015. The political negotiation took place between 2012 and 2015 after what was considered to be a very successful era with the Millennium Development Goals, but unfortunately, it was not universal. And so the Sustainable Development Goals are the first effort that there's ever been to have universal goals for the future. And the setting of the goals and the targets was an arbitrary process. So I quite accept, and I feel it myself about 60% of the time, that there is a horrible sense of things being missed. When I was in New York for the General Assembly a couple of months ago, the general line was we're halfway through the period to 2030, yet we're about 15% or 20% progressing along the journey. Terribly depressing. And what do? Do we just pack up and go home and pollute like mad and misbehave? No. No, we have to accept that those targets were developed to help us as humanity move forward with greater purpose and greater urgency. But yeah, we're not going to make them all. And so what do? We have to find better ways to make progress as much as possible through whatever avenues we can find. Most important, avoid getting paralyzed, cynical, damaged in the process. Keep yourself sane. You matter. The issues are very, very important, but you matter more than the issues. So that leads me to sort of hoping that we all will accept and continue to act as though climate change is probably the most important defining issue that humanity addresses right now. If it's not the most, it's one of the most. And we just stick with that. And we hold that in front of us, not as something to beat ourselves with, but something to bring into our daily practice. There's not one single policymaker who's going to make the decisions in any jurisdiction. It's a collective. Our systems are all about collective effort. The policymaker operates within the space and legitimacy given to her or him. It's often a long, drawn-out process, very long sometimes, unresolved. And so getting the necessary energy, the magnetic field of energy is key. And last point, find more people like Gilles Carbonnier and put them in to the top of international organizations, to the top of businesses, to the top of local authorities. And there are some. They make a huge difference. They ask the question, why not? When people are saying, you'll mess up the operations if you do this. They ask the question, who's doing it? And they get the information. And most importantly, they say, like Gilles did, we've got so much more to do. Hey, thank you.
Okay, I think there is no need to add a word after these interventions. So we'll close this keynote speech with this. You mentioned at some point, David, we need to create a magnetic field. And I think the three of you have actually started to galvanize us and create that magnetic field for us today. Thank you so much for that. Very grateful, very inspired. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. So I'm handing over to my colleague Sonia Schmidt, who is the team leader for our solutions unit at the Climate Action Accelerator for our first panel of the day.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for joining this first panel of the day, where we're going to be discussing food aid and nutrition. So food aid and agriculture account for around 50% of the carbon footprint of the international humanitarian sector. When we look at the global food system, it's responsible for around a third of global carbon emissions. For example, rice alone is responsible for 1.5% of global greenhouse gas emissions and 10% of agricultural emissions. food production and distribution is not only responsible for carbon impacts, but also has, of course, other environmental impacts, such as biodiversity, water use, and so forth. Depletion of soils is a huge issue. So the whole topic of food is really one of the key topics when we look at reducing the climate and other environmental impacts. On the other hand, we also already see impacts of climate change on the production of food. So droughts, lack of water, again, the depletion of soils. So there's also a question of building resilient supply chains to ensure supply in the future, and also building resilience of communities. And just to make things even more complicated, we also have growing needs. A growing number of populations rely on food aid. So how do we bring all these difficult topics together? So I'm very happy to moderate a really great panel. I think we managed to find quite a diverse number of experts, where we on the one hand want to discuss, so how can we develop this capacity of humanitarian organizations to meet growing needs? How can we build more resilient supply chains? And also how can we shift towards more sustainable options to reduce the impact? So I'm very happy to have with me today a great panel of speakers. So we have Catherine Wad, who's the outgoing environmental and climate change advisor at ICRC. She held that role since 2017 and notably led and really drove the construction of the ICRC's environmental and carbon roadmap, and also helped the organization to adopt very ambitious climate targets. She's an environmental management consultant and sustainability expert with more than 20 years of experience in the sector. We have Thomas Thompson online. He's the Director of Supply Chain Strategic Engagement at the World Food Programme, and he's responsible for charting the way forward for WFP's supply chains of the future. He has been with WFP for more than 20 years, of more than 25 years, of which 20 years in the field. So also a great experience in the field. And then we have Tevodros Asreshagen, who is Senior Program Manager at GIZ, the German Organization for Development Cooperation in Ethiopia, and also a PhD candidate at Wageningen University in the Netherlands. We're very happy that he actually managed to make it here because there were some train issues. So glad you made it. And he's currently leading the GIZ climate sensitive, the GIZ project on climate sensitive for land management project, ensuring sustainable land management in the highlands of Ethiopia. So really a practitioner who can talk about what it means to implement more sustainable agricultural practices directly in the field with farmers. And then we have Julien Chabanet, who is the Plumpy Field Franchise Coordinator for Nutriset. He studied quality engineering, holds an MBA in CSR management, and had held a number of positions at Nutriset over the last 10 years. Is now coordinating the Plumpy Field network of franchises, which includes 10 ready-to-use food manufacturers. So one of the key suppliers, as we already heard before, in the field. And then last but not least, we have Bastien Tiberghien. She has more than 20 years experience in multinational companies, notably with Nestle and Nespresso, where she held leadership roles in procurement and supply chain, and also led major initiatives to reduce the environmental footprint, promote sustainable innovation, and also engage suppliers. Thank you very much for being with us today. So I'm going to start with Catherine. We already heard from ICRC, from Gilles this morning. So, digging a bit deeper into the topic of food aid. So first of all, we would be interested to know, so what is the importance of food aid for ICRC? And also, what are the solutions and also the challenges you identified in reducing the impact?
Great. Hi, everyone, and I'm really happy to be here with you today. It's a pleasure. to see all of you, some faces that I know and many others that I don't. So it's fantastic to be here. Indeed, why is food aid important from the ICRC's perspective when it comes to our climate and environment roadmap? I'm sorry, I'm reading my paper, but I'm not good with numbers. When we did our baseline in 2018, our carbon footprint baseline, what we saw is that procurement of products, food, relief items, and others that we use in our humanitarian programs, they represented 3/4 of the total of our greenhouse gas emissions. And if we look at food alone, that contributes to 34%, contributed in 2018 to 34% of our global footprint. So I think that's probably one of the main reasons why food aid is so important in our roadmap and figured highly in the high on the agenda of the topics that we examined when we developed our environmental roadmap at the ICRC. I do want to add a couple of more points that go a bit beyond carbon footprint. I think Gilles referred to it very well this morning at the ICRC. We, of course, have our goal to reduce by 50% the greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. But we also look at waste and how to reduce the waste that we generate and how to manage it better in the field. And of course, packaging is a specific issue for food distribution. Packaging is key to ensure that, or to guarantee the quality of the food that is distributed. So it's not something that we can do without, but it's very often plastic packaging. And so that means, or that contributes to plastic pollution, air pollution, and other issues locally. So it's also something that we looked at when we developed our environmental roadmap. The third aspect, or key aspect that the ICRC looks at when we talk about environmental sustainability is responsible procurement. And that is simply because we've realized that a lot of social and environmental risks for the institution lies within our supply chain. When it comes to food, I probably only have to mention palm oil for you to see the variety of risks that exist within our food supply chains, from social risk to deforestation and other environmental risks in the supply chain. So that is also why food is or was one of the key thematics that we looked at in our environmental roadmap. Now, when it comes to solutions, I'm not going to detail everything that was discussed, and we will. My colleagues are in the process of publishing the environmental roadmaps. You will have probably before the end of the year a good overview about the solutions that we've put in. But maybe just to flag that there are, I think, two main types of solutions or actions that are critical in reducing the environmental impact of food aid. One is to think about alternatives to rice. Rice is the one food product that contributes heavily to the ICRC's footprint. And we know that there are alternatives, other types of cereals that we can distribute. Of course, these alternatives need to be acceptable, both from a cultural perspective and from a nutritional perspective. So it's not to say that we will shift all the rice to sorghum or any other type of cereal tomorrow, but we need to look at alternatives. The other one, which we've talked about already, but I do want to flag, is working with suppliers, being able to select products and suppliers that have themselves in place environmental policies, environmental actions, and decrease their footprint. It seems a faraway goal, I think, today for many humanitarian organizations. But in the case, for example, of palm oil, this is already something that the ICRC does, where we engage and look at purchasing in priority RSPO certified palm oil. So it is something that is feasible and doable, and that we need to develop in the ICRC, but also as a sector more widely. Maybe just a couple of words on some of the learnings that I take away from the whole environmental roadmap development at the ICRC. One is that what we see from the field, from many colleagues, is that best practices are already being implemented. I mean, we have examples of waste management and reverse logistics in Colombia. We have examples of local seed multiplication initiatives in Ethiopia, about agricultural, sustainable agriculture in the Sahel. I mean, a very, very large diversity of best practices. So we know it's feasible when to integrate both an approach that focuses on answering needs and protecting the environment, but it's really about how do we accelerate and standardize those best practices in our operations. And standardize for me does not mean that we will have to replicate exactly the same across all geographies, but it simply means that we have to have that mindset of needs and environmental impact when we look at the programs and what we need to implement. So a more flexible probably approach as well. The link between mitigation and adaptation or building resilience of populations is also something that and I'll finish on that, thank you, is also something that I do want to flag here. We often oppose what needs to happen to reduce our footprint with what needs to happen to build the resilience of populations. But I think across all of the solutions, but particularly when it comes to food aid, those solutions actually go more hand in hand and do not oppose. I mean, I'm sure you will come to this, but when we talk about sustainable agriculture, it can only be sustainable if it also helps build the resilience of the populations with whom that we want to support, with whom we work. So yeah, those are some of the learnings, and leave you with one question, I think, which is that at the ICRC, we've seen a trend to go from in-kind distribution to cash-based interventions. And I think all the work and the reflections that we are having today on food aid is something that we will have to replicate as a sector into our cash-based interventions, with, of course, a more indirect capacity to act and influence the solutions and the impacts. Thank you very much.
From WFP. And Thomas, how does WFP deal with this sort of dilemma of the challenge of greening the supply chain, and at the same time growing needs to actually distribute food aid? So what are the solutions? How far are you in the operationalization? And what are your experiences with that difficult question?
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Am I on mic? I'm unmuted on my side. I can hear myself. You can hear me. Okay. First of all, good morning, and thank you for having me on the panel. I think, like Catherine, I'm also outgoing in terms of WFP, as I'll be leaving WFP in a couple of weeks. There's certainly huge challenges, and certainly with an organization the size of WFP, to change the way we do our business, it's a large ship to turn around. I've really, many of the things that Catherine was talking about resonate with the changing way we're looking at things in our operation as well. I think I shocked the meeting last year when I basically said, if we're trying to green our supply chain, the best thing we can do is not respond. And of course, everyone went aback by that. But that's really a plug for more resilience work that we do. And I'm really glad that Otto Tedros is in the room to talk about some of the work that he's doing in Ethiopia, because those are the kinds of things that we should be getting our heads wrapped around. a lot of what we're doing now, there's a misperception that there are highly technological solutions to a lot of the supply chain problems as we green, and we find ourselves in a real dilemma that we have increase in operations, responding to more emergency environmental crises, and at the same time under pressure to try to reduce our carbon footprint. So there are a number of things that we're actually doing right now. A lot of them involve, we'll hear this a lot, supply chain optimization. It's a very buzzword talking about localization, but it's actually very, very impactful. We're doing things to improve waste management, recycling, repurposing cargo, and trying as best as possible changing modes of transport, looking at how we can best do that. Reduction of air, increase of rail, for example. Use of clean energy in some of our operations, the use of electrified and solar-powered warehousing. We run our shipping now entirely on approved low sulfur fuels, for example, and better procurement planning in terms of the cycle of when you purchase, where you purchase, eventually there will be other technological solutions, but they're years away. I mean, these are solar-powered blimps, sailing vessels, solar-powered electric trucks, et cetera, et cetera. But for the time being, those are really not the big things. It's really, mitigation in terms of reduction of post-harvest losses, introduction of more diverse foods. And Catherine spoke of that as well, and that very much resonates. There are foods that we can procure, and there are foods that we can purchase locally that have a far less impact on the environment. Catherine spoke as well quite a bit about soil degradation, and that's another incredible, big problem that we're having. Is that if we start procuring and providing incentives to procure more diverse foods, we contribute to soil health as well. Adaptation and resilience building, I think Tedros will begin to cover some of this. Soil and water conservation are huge parts of this. And for us, really a shift in the last, say, 4 or 5 years from shipping large quantities across the globe to localizing. We purchase about 50% now locally. That's near a 70% increase since 2019. We started looking at that. And the big part of that is trying to look at how do we increase our work with smallholder farmers who are more likely to respond to pushes for diversity in crops. So, I mean, that does a couple of things for us as well. There's huge social benefits to putting finances into small local markets than there are to providing funding for large shippers. So those are a number of the things that we're trying to do while keeping an eye on some of those, again, sort of flashier, more technological solutions. There's many things that we can do and we are doing now to change the way we do our business.
Thank you very much, Thomas. So we're going to move on to Tewodros. I find it's quite interesting because we talk a lot about, greening, the supply chain, regenerative agriculture. It's a big buzzword at the moment, sustainable agriculture. But what does it actually mean? So we're super happy to have Tewodros here today. So Tewodros, what does it actually mean, sustainable agriculture? And how can it help to reduce emissions, but also other environmental impacts of farming? And what are some of the learnings of the very practical projects that you're helping to implement?
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to be part of this discussion today. So I had a lot of hiccups yesterday while traveling to Geneva. Thank you very much. I just will try to use some slides. I think the photos would speak more than my words. So I think this is where the situation that we are now in many of our agro-ecosystems. In the Ethiopian highland, land degradation is really a severe problem in terms of agricultural production, productivity, declining production, and then this coupled with increasing population is really putting a lot of pressure to the existing ecosystems. I think this also represents where we are now globally. Recently, a lot of study shows that 52% of the agricultural lands are degraded. So this exactly shows where we are now, and this chaos is also creating kind of a vicious cycle. The more the agricultural lands are affected by degradation, the more encroachment into protected areas, as you can see, and then a lot of floods are destroying the farm fields. So this is, I think, has three important influences. One, socially, as you can see, farmers could not even connect themselves. You know, the social network is already broken because of all these gullies created, and big amount of soil is being washed. This soil is kind of a carbon stock. You know, the largest carbon stock is the soil. So the more degradation, the more it's being exposed, and then all the soil is washed down to the water bodies. And you can see all the Rift Valley lakes we have are significantly affected. Most of them, they are drying up, and all the livelihood are affected because the fish, wherever they are affected by this siltation, eutrophication of the nutrients washed down into the lakes. And we have many of our lakes also affected by water hyacinth plant growing there and affecting the whole fish and livelihood of the farmers. So having this really stress, the government and with support from development organizations are taking a lot of initiative to reverse this because this is a very important aspect of it. Unless this is reversed, then it will have a lot of pressure into the overall country's economy. Next. The good news is this land degradation can be reversed. That's a big, important lesson that we learn. As you can see, this is just from Google Earth, the same spot that we've been working on. This was when we started in 2006. And then in 2021, the same place at the same time, you can see how much land restoration could also regenerate and also support the livelihood. This is the end of the dry season, March, but you can see farmers are producing twice in a year. So this has a great implication also into humanitarian organizations. So humanitarian support is important. I think they have to really also engage into sustainable production, building resilience. This is, I would say, this is even hyper resilience. It's not going back to what it was, but it is even producing more and then engaging into continuous production that will have also contribution into carbon reduction and at the same time livelihood improvement. Next. The same story. This is the same community that they really have achieved success in 18 years. Of course, this is not the whole time. As you can see, from 2004 to 2012, it was going down, decreasing, but from 2012, this is where the Sustainable Land Management Program has started to work with the community, and it is completely reversed. And this tells us a lot, and these are how we call them our bright spots. That gives hope that restoration could bring back also the system and then also increase production and productivity. Now, okay, these are our bright spots. Always small is beautiful, but scale is important. So now with taking this initiative, the government is trying to engage into to spread it into many more communities. Next slide. Yeah, with the land management program, the government has promoted this into around 3,000 communities. We call them communities who are living in a kind of watershed of 500 hectares. They share common resources. They share also their own social values. So taking all into this is what we also learn. Scaling doesn't mean that taking everything at the same time. So it's not a copy and paste. So next. So with all this, we learn all interventions does not work in all non-communities. some of this community, like 25% of them, they were really high performing in terms of restoring their area. They managed to restore more than 85% of their area in a very short time, in 10 years' time, and others are lagging behind. So now, that's what we are doing now with Wageningen University. What are the factors? What can we learn from the successes? Why are some communities successful and then the others are not? So we have to, in our scaling, we have to learn also in terms of what ingredients are there that we can take it. You know, everything copying from one place to other will not work. But there is always a push from top that assuming that everything works everywhere. Next. The same thing we also try to observe from satellite images, biomass which has been created over the years. As you can see, some communities have really increased their biomass and others going down in 10 years' time. So these are also important lessons that we should draw for our scaling up. Next. So the big secret in here is ecological restoration alone is not enough. So it has to be linked with livelihoods of the communities that should really generate short-term and long-term benefit to the community. And it has to really work also with those communities that their products and values has to be linked to the market. So this community should get more meaning if they are getting also economic benefits. And then also their products and services are also linked to the market. That's what we learn. And important ingredient that we are looking now is also the institutional capacity is important. Leadership, I think in this first discussion I was really very much inspired that that's also what we found out. Community initiatives has to be led by local leadership. There has to be a collective consensus among the community. And that needs also a leader who can show them by doing, not by telling them. So a practice learning, and then also creating a trust, and then creating common collective consensus for this. So these are really important elements. And then communities should get also autonomy in terms of making decisions. And those plans which are coming from the top has to be reconciled with the community initiatives and interests, priorities. Otherwise, yeah, community could implement something because they are, told by programs, but what they can take as an ownership is if they are also mandated in terms of making decisions in the selection of practices, technologies, approaches, and then also try to customize into their local language and experiences. So these are the key messages that we learn out of it. And then we are trying now to engage more in terms of capacity building, leadership capacity, engagement, and participatory land management processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Theodoros. So we're going to move on to Julien from what you said, to bring in basically the middle situation between the farmers and the buyers as a supplier. So we're very curious to hear what are sort of your plans, the solutions you identified, how you're already maybe planning to work on. And first, I think it would also be interesting to know what are the key agricultural products Nutriset actually sources, and then what have you already identified to tackle the issue?
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me here. Tough to talk after this speech. So yeah, I've been working for Nutriset Group, which is the mother company of a network, a franchise network made of 10 companies, which are located in Africa, in India, in Haiti, and US and France. They are all manufacturers of plant peanut, plant sub, plant pito, so different solutions, nutritional solutions to treat and prevent malnutrition. And so, yes, climate change has, very, very heavy impact on the populations, on the vulnerable populations that receive the products we manufacture. But at the same time, we buy a lot of agriculture raw materials from places that will be affected as well. So Nutriset was built on a company mandate, which is fighting malnutrition again, with efficient solutions. So it makes sense to work on mitigation of our environmental footprint because it has an impact, an effect. To do so, in the last few years, we've been asking ourselves how to do that. So we both worked on the mitigation and adaptation, and we did two things for both of them. First, identify quick wins. That's the easiest part. And to build a solid baseline with a diagnosis phase, which is about to be finished within the next 2 months, to decide about the most ambitious and relevant strategy for the few years ahead. And to do so, we first did a carbon footprint survey. So just to have very quick figures in mind, 1 carton of plum peanuts, which is the most symbolic product from Nutriset, 1 carton is the equivalent of 1 treatment for severe acute malnutrition for 1 kid. 1 carton is 13 kg, 13.8 kgs, and it represents 120 kilograms of CO2 equivalent. And so that gives there's a scale. And this carbon footprint survey gives us a very important information. Over this impact, 95% comes from our raw materials, 95%, and including packaging. But among this 95%, 65% come from the dairy ingredients, milk and whey, 65% of our carbon footprint of our activity. And after that, you've got 18% for the palm oil. And then the other ones are, let's say, minor. But packaging, for instance, is something very visible, and we have to fight against that. But if we take into consideration the carbon footprint first, it's quite minor. And what we did after that to get a robust baseline is we did a life cycle assessment in France on 1 carton of plum peanut manufactured in France, consumed in Yemen. And altogether, it has been assessed in addition to the climate aspect, meaning the carbon footprint. Other categories have been assessed, and like human toxicity, ecosystem quality, land use, etc., etc. And what we can see again is dairy ingredients are the highest in terms of impact on and the highest impact is the ecosystem quality. So ecosystem quality, plum peanut has more impact on that if we can compare with carbon footprint. It means that we have a lot to do, not only on carbon footprint, but on other impacts as well. So how do we work on that on the raw materials? Because we've got very, very stringent specifications, nutritional specifications, physical specifications on the finished product to make it 24 months shelf life in some tough conditions. We've got nutritional aspects which are very, very highly demanding. So how do we do that? We do two things. The first thing is to work on the current formula. To work on the current formula, meaning to work with our own suppliers. We are suppliers of humanitarian actors, but we've got our own big or small suppliers. So I mentioned some quick wins. We worked with our palm oil suppliers. And so in France, for instance, for the last 2 years, we switched all our procurement of palm oil to RSPO segregated. It is a first step. It is a quick win, but we can do much more. And so these quick wins on the current formula to work with suppliers, our own suppliers, to do more, to discuss with them what can be done easily and what should be done with a premium cost. And on a midterm, to work on other formula. Other formula, as I said, dairy ingredients are the most impactful raw materials we've got. So to reduce this impact, we need to consider going to other kinds of proteins. So we do not do that by our own, of course. We have to work with the frame, which is given by international bodies, regulatory bodies like WHO, and of course, the major consumers of this product like WFP, UNICEF, MSF, SEF, etc., Alima, different big NGOs. So we are working on that. We've got a frame. We've got a lot to do.
and the new strategy will be released within the next few months to give that more accurate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellent, great. Now let's move on to Bastien, where we basically building on this sort of supplier experience, but more from actually being a bit in the middle with your experience with big national companies. So I was wondering, what is your experience in trying to green food supply chains and notably working with suppliers? So how do you engage? What were the learnings from your experience actually being in this procurement function?
Yeah, thanks. Very happy to be here today. I will bring my perspective on the private sector. So my experience, I would say mostly with Nestlé, as you just mentioned. So we said that already a significant portion of the carbon footprint comes from the sourcing of ingredients. For Nestlé, it's 70%. And what was, I'll go fast, maybe just to focus more on regenerative agriculture. There are many initiatives taken at Nestlé, but the biggest one is definitely regenerative agriculture. They have invested 6 billion over several years. They will invest 6 billion. They started already. And I think that's the main focus. Why? Because soil health, as you just, I think, very well described, that's how we're going to capture CO2. So it makes a very big difference if you have a soil which is emitting CO2 or absorbing CO2. So how do we operationalize that? Bruno, that was your question. And in 2019, 2020, I was the head of a team in procurement at Nestlé, and we had these questions. So we started by defining what reg ag mean, the regenerative agriculture mean for us, and so that we share that with our suppliers. You described probably it's not only it was a bit more wide definition, I would say, because we had crop rotation. This is key. Crop cover, definitely. It's more also about reducing tillage and as well fertilizer management. We saw this morning with Joyeta that nitrogen pollution is also a quite important topic, and fertilizer is one of the main driver. So for a company of size of Nestlé, it means that it's quite complex, same for you, but there are 500,000 farmers behind. So how do we influence those? We don't have direct commercial relationship with these farmers, so we go through our suppliers. So the challenge is how to influence farming practices. And there was a kind of a balanced approach saying, are we going to use a carrot? Are we going to use a stick? We're going to use both. And probably we start with carrot, because what does it mean to have carrot? It means that we are providing finance. We finance projects with suppliers. So for me, I had 300 suppliers. I'm selecting the ones that are the more willing to go for changes, the ones that have a direct impact on their farmers, and the ones that are quite where we have a good dialogue and are important for us. So we start with them, and we initiate a dialogue. So each team lead, like me, initiated dialogues to have collaborative projects. And we offer financial and technical support. And it's not only about money. It's more about also they are willing to go for it, but how? How do we do that? And I'll give some examples. So we also use the stick because I think we mentioned also this morning, it's a compulsory world, I think will help. And at the same time, Nestlé sent a clear message to all suppliers saying, well, in a few years' time, all contracts, we will be mandatory to do that. So we get prepared now because that's not going to be negotiable in few years' time. And I think that's where we were not in a position to select suppliers. We were saying we are going to bring the sector because in any case, we can't select suppliers. We have to work with all of them. And the idea is not to say, oh, this one is better than this one. The idea is to say, okay, this one is better of this than the other one, but I want to bring all of them together Okay, so that was the approach. And I think I want to highlight an interesting aspect that was mentioned this morning, is connection. David said it very well, is relationship with suppliers. For me, the main change was this change completely, drastically, relationship with supplier. We were talking about long-term contracts. We were not talking about only prices. You know, prices was the main driver, quality as well, but now we have an additional criteria. And this was very, very obvious. So you mentioned that, and we show that with the years of the photos. It's not really a sprint, it's a marathon. So that's also about getting knowledge, getting skills for farmers, and also addressing the potential lower yields. You were showing higher yields here, but I think there's also potential of lower yields in other regions. I will make it fast. I really enjoyed some of the words said this morning, because a collective for me, and we didn't agree up front, but it was what worked was a territorial approach. And I think I will connect that with kind of a community that you said before. For me, it was in France. So a very different area, but it was mobilizing all stakeholders at the same on an area, a region. So it means all end users like Danone, like McDonald's, whatever, but also public authorities, NGOs, agricultural chambers, scientific communities. So all that is much more effective. So that's my learning. And I'll just finish with that. I also enjoyed the fact that you said that it's not one size fits all. And why is that? I have just a few examples. For me, the really examples I discussed with my suppliers. Okay, we need to adapt cover crops during winter. Good. It's feasible in Brittany, but it's not feasible in Belgium, where the soil type requires tillage in late November. Another example, and I will finish on that, is reduced tillage before planting. Yes, it's possible, but more for flowering vegetables like broccoli, like cauliflower, but it doesn't really work with carrots, you know. Or last example is organic fertilizer rather than chemical fertilizers. Yes, it can work for leguminous crops, it can work for root vegetables where you can do a 50-50, but for some others like spring vegetables, the release of nitrogen is too slow if you go for organic, so maybe you go for 25-75. Just to say that providing technical, educational, and financial support was one of the, I think, game changer.
Thank you very much for these super interesting interventions. I would like to get back to Tewodros actually first, because I think the key challenge that we see is, so we have these sort of, it is possible, you know, there are local initiatives that are already being deployed. I think one of the key challenges is how do we connect the buyers that are often far away from the smallholder farmers, and how do we scale these initiatives? So I would be curious to hear from you, Tewodros. So how do you see from your experience, what is needed to scale such projects, and how can they also be connected to these global markets?
Yeah, thank you very much. Regarding scaling, it really needs, especially in land restoration, even though, you know, the benefits are much higher, it has also a cost implication. So that needs also partnership and collaboration. Farmers, communities do have their own resources, but it's not sufficient. So they have to be supported. It needs also broader understanding and knowledge, so that where research should also come up, especially this time, everything is changing more frequently because of climate change, because of many factors. So farmers need to have also kind of updated information, and then also understanding on how to do the best practices. Farmers need to be trained. And then, of course, the biggest thing is they have to be organized. So they need also kind of policy frameworks that enable them to also establish their own local institutional capacities and also get an autonomy, so that the more at lower level that the people are well organized and understand the how to do it, that will be the fastest we can really go in a very short time. So that needs also partnership from development partners, supporting them through finances, through capacity development, and also providing them a framework conditions that enables them to really take mandate and ownership and responsibility for what they are doing. Yeah. Into marketing, we do have one interesting example. In these areas where the farmers were just cutting all the trees because they don't have any other option, we try to organize and then to some training on exchange, experience exchange and everything. And they try to engage in kind of non-destructive business. The best example was honey production. So honey production, it goes also in line with this vegetation increase, biodiversity and the like. So these farmers, we organize them in a kind of producers group cooperatives. And also we link them into the value chains, which already have existed. So the marketing of the product, it needs also kind of consumer awareness and also providing them kind of the special product certification that helps them to go into possible markets. Those communities we know, they have been also exporting to Europe even as a slow food, as part of the slow food program. So that gives them more energy to engage into non-destructive businesses, getting more benefit, more income, and then also protecting the environment. So these are the things that should be worked out. So it's at a policy level, at research, technology, science, and also at kind of organizational aspect that needs community to create kind of local organizations for a collective ownership and responsibility.
Thank you. I would like to move to Julien to sort of build on the question of scale, because you're a supplier that has already sort of started the journey. So what would you need to scale?
And as I said, definitely we've got two paths. There's a short term because there is emergency. We have to scale up many actions to see the intensity of in carbon and in footprint in the products to be reduced. We need to get faster, and to get faster, we need to get a frame. It's quite identified what can be done to reduce the carbon footprint or the environmental footprint of our products. It is quite identified how to do it. Now we need to work together. Nutriset can do some things, but alone it will be limited, definitely. We need to work with the major NGOs, UN agencies, and research institutions that already worked on that. Because there is so much to do, but we need a frame to do that, meaning to get everyone saying, okay, this is a way to claim what you do, what you need to do, because there is a greener plumpy nut with very low premium costs. But also, if we want to be at the right scale, probably there will be overcosts on some raw materials. Either location, because we buy it from a new place, which is with lower yield or higher price, or we decide to go to another raw material instead of the dairy ingredients or the palm oil, and the cost is different. So I think definitely the most important now is to work not alone, but to work together, as it was said this morning, because we're not alone. It's a sector matter. It's not only Nutriset, it's not only Amplifier with the different members located in some countries where the needs are higher, but it's also a matter of discussion with our competitors, with all kinds of NGOs to see, okay, this is the first priority we should work on, and this is the needs in terms of means.
Thank you. Thomas, moving over to you. What is your perspective on scale, and how do you also see the role of humanitarian organizations in supporting, moving towards suppliers or other alternative products and scaling up this greening humanitarian food supply chains?
I mean, I think it's an iterative process. I mean, we have 26,000 vendors. So it does take us time to move in these directions. I'm encouraged to feel a bit like we're on the right path when I listen to the other panelists, because there, many of these things that are being talked about are things that World Food Program is taking up, but it's at a pace that's probably needs to be accelerated. If I can actually say something about the way we've been driven and costed in the past, has got a lot to do with that. We've been operating under a paradigm that you do everything at the lowest possible cost. And I think that this paradigm is now shifting, and that environmental compliance is changing in terms of the way our donors look at the work that we do, and that I think it'll soon be conditional on funding as well. So I can feel a shift happening now. The more and more questions are being asked of us. I don't think we've been pushed to that degree, but I think that that the next phases will be us actually asking and demanding that we can actually do better if we have the kind of funding that's available, and if we have the kind of private public partnerships that will allow us to come up with solutions to help further green the supply chain, and that sort of old paradigm of lowest possible cost for everything needs to be rethought, because it is damaging, and we can do much better. Super happy. I need to give a bit of a shout out to Tedros and the work that's been done in Ethiopia as well. I've worked twice there. I've seen the work that's transformative in terms of the environmental impact, and it does take time. I mean, that's the probably one of the problems is that these programs are super successful, but they do take many years to have an impact. But what an impact they can have. So I mean, I really want to congratulate GZI on that, because those are just the kind of programs we'd like to see replicated in many parts of the world that have similar environmental pressures being put upon them. Over.
Thanks, Thomas. I would like to shift perspective a little bit, because now we talked about sort of, what are the alternatives, how to engage with suppliers. But at least some organizations also have agricultural programs, or programs in general. So how can you also integrate this this perspective of sort of greening the supply chain, building local resilience in the programming of activities? So I would like to ask Katrine to react on the question.
Sure, thanks, Sonia. No, indeed, I think it was what I alluded to earlier on. It's really about going back a little bit to thinking about the needs and asking ourselves the question, how do we answer this need in the best way possible, considering cost, social impact, and environmental impact? And it's about adding this environmental impact or environmental protection frame and resilience frame into the design of our programs. What I've seen in the ICRC is that many teams do it naturally, but they don't take those decisions because it protects the environment. They take those decisions because the program ultimately is better for the populations that we serve. And I think that that's a key aspect in making this possible, is really training our minds in thinking maybe a bit differently about how to answer some of the needs. So yes, product alternative is one example. If we give the populations that we serve a greater variety in terms of the food that we provide, our program is ultimately better, and the people we'll serve have access to better nutrition, more acceptable foods that they're used to eat. So it's really about thinking at that level of what are the needs, what are the impacts, and what are the resilience? How can I enable their resilience? Very recently, I was talking to our teams in Colombia, and they were providing food assistance to a community very remote that's usually completely isolated from external input. They live off from the little bit of agriculture and the little bit of forest and what they have access to. But the conflict had cut them off from their lands. And so the ICRC went in to provide them food over the little time until they could go back to their agricultural land and the forest. And what the teams told me is when they came in only via boat and stuff, so very remote, they realized that these populations had never seen packaging. They didn't even know the concept of waste because they don't get products in. And that's what pushed the teams to actually think about how to use or what to do with the waste that their aid was going to generate. So it's not about, yes, it's an environmental impact, but in this case, it's a very acute social impact that we need to come in and think about.
Thank you. I would have many, many more questions for you, but we're running out of time. So I'm gonna open the floor. First of all, I'm wondering, are there any questions online first? Yeah. Maybe someone can pass the mic. Sorry, on my phone. Okay. So there's Peter Schmid, a question for Catherine. How do you decide when it is okay to distribute food that is more eco-friendly, but perhaps not the first choice for the targeted vulnerable population? So the question of cultural acceptance, local habits, and how do you balance that with potentially more environmentally friendly options?
I don't think we balance it in the sense that I think what we do is always based on what's socially acceptable in the country and to the populations. And the reason is that we know that if we don't do what's culturally acceptable, people will take the food and go back to the market and exchange it for whatever they get as value on the market. So, and that doesn't help our environmental impact, right? I mean, purchasing, I think reducing our environmental impact is also about being as efficient as possible. And in that case, it's not efficient to give non-culturally acceptable food. But I think what we see is also the importance of being prepared to answer some of these questions. So there's lots that you can do in understanding the market and what is locally produced and locally available. There's a lot that you can do about understanding what is culturally acceptable beyond rice, so that when you need to go in and be fast and answer an emergency, you actually have partially answered some of these questions. And then it's a work between the programmatic, the métiers, the economic security coordinator in the field, and the logistics division sitting in, locally, regionally, or globally here in Geneva. It's about them discussing how best to answer the need, given the other constraints on delivery time, cost, etc. So it's always a case by case. But I think there was a little bit what Gilles also referred to this morning when he talked about how we built our environmental roadmap. Well, the key principle was that it's not about going against our capacity to act. It's about supporting our capacity to act always.
Excellent. Thank you. Any questions from the floor? I saw there was a hand. That's first on the left. And if you could also just state your name and eventually organization you come from, and please do keep your questions rather sweet.
Okay. Mary Jane Buer, I'm with InnoSuisse. I already spoke before. Sorry, I have so many questions. One is about how can the Ministry of Agriculture in different countries be involved in nature swaps involving regenerative agriculture, so something like this, or tax incentives for communities going for restoration, or in the case of like rice, we heard about rice, I'm so interested, I didn't know about this, replacement of shifting crops, or so basically all kinds of different solutions. How can the higher level Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment, how can they work together to deal with some new tax incentives, right, linked to nature swaps for debts? That's one question. And the other question is about, are there working groups that could develop something like standards or labels for different kind of foods needs for different needs? So I understood there's food crisis needs, there's war zone needs, there's different needs depending on what is the problem, and perhaps you could have different organizations, even companies that are involved in providing value in the supply chain, involved in the discussion in different working groups, providing their knowledge and helping to develop some sort of standards or labels that then could at least create some standardization in the market. I just wanted to know, maybe those that work on the bee coaching for bee labeling and so on could speak about that. Thank you.
And we're going to take, there was another question, and we're going to take it as well.
Yes, hello, Matteo from the Master Program, University of Geneva. There's been evidence about and people pushing towards direct cash transfers. I want to know from the food security, environmental impact, and local bottom-up approach, which are disadvantages and advantages that you have found of pushing towards this rather than in kind.
Thank you. We can take one more question. Are there any more questions? Okay, great. I would reverse the order. I would like to start with the cash transfer question. Catherine, Thomas, who would like to react? Thomas.
I can start and then let my colleagues in the panel augment. I mean, that's always a very tough one. I mean, when it comes to certain kinds of conditions, increasingly we're finding cash transfers to be more efficient. They provide a higher degree of dignity to clients. They provide typically an opportunity to buy culturally accepted foods, and foods often with a higher nutritional value. Our food baskets don't include fresh foods, and cash transfers allow those to take place. So there are many upsides to cash transfers. There are some conditions, however, particularly in challenged markets, where it's not appropriate. Often post-disaster, where markets are not functioning well, they've been disrupted, or sometimes in conflict where there's shortages, we find that that cash transfer simply doesn't provide much, particularly when there's super inflated prices, because those are conditions where prices are quite inflated. And so that's the challenge that we often weigh out. Sometimes we might have a donor who's given us money to procure food locally. So there are a variety of reasons to balance those things out. But you're absolutely right. I mean, increasingly cash transfers are a way that we're all looking at it. But there are conditions when it's just simply not appropriate. Over.
Catherine, do you want to react?
Yes, sure, and I mean, fully agree with what Thomas just outlined, and the very good reasons why I think increasingly humanitarians are shifting from in-kind and towards more cash-based interventions. There has been a few studies on the link between cash-based interventions and environmental impact or protection. And I'm not going to try and recall all of the conclusions. I think what I took away from it is, one, the environmental impact of cash is very dependent on where you distribute the cash and for what purpose. But you also could integrate environmental preservation as an objective when you think about cash-based interventions. And I think that is a fantastic opportunity when you think about cash, but you need to think about it earlier on and early on in your program design. And I think that's maybe the key thing for any of our organizations ultimately, and maybe even any of us, is we need to just integrate environmental management, environmental protection, or environmental impact into the decisions that we make daily. And that includes the decision that delegates in the field make when they decide to go for in-kind or cash. Is there are many social impact reasons, there is cost efficiency, there is market reasons, and there should be environmental reasons. And you weigh all of that and you make the best possible decision. So it's about really integrating that into our decision-making processes. And I guess roles of Thomas or mine in humanitarian organization is trying to provide the answers or the support to the colleagues to find the right answers to some of these questions so that they can make the most informed decision.
Thank you. And then I think, Bastien, maybe you would be in a good position to answer the question around standards, labels, is there something already out there that can be used? Catherine mentioned RSPO before, but is there already something that buyers can basically rely on that is a bit more standardized and facilitates it for a buyer?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in certain crops, RSPO definitely. That's for palm oil. For it's here. I would say there for many years. For the rest. So you can have very specific, I don't know, coffee, Rainforest Islands Alliance will give also some kind of a guarantee, or there are different organizations over there. However, I believe that as we said, it's not a standard. And it's not one size fits all. So it's very difficult to rely on one standard, and there's not any standard at the moment. And what matters is dialogue, is the work done on the field to make it really workable for the place where it is done, for the crop that is growing there, and for the conditions of the soil, of the weather, of whatever. So I think it will be difficult. I think what will make a big difference in the future is that if you can connect directly the gain on CO2 you gain on the field, and you kind of make the link directly to the ones who is selling the final consumer, the final good. And there, if you can capture this CO2 gain and have, I would say, a digital tool that will help you to say, okay, this typically I gain whatever 100 kilos there of CO2, and I can make a link that it will be in this product, and I'm going to pay for that. And that's how, for me, it will make a difference in the future.
Thank you. And then we had one question regarding basic political support. So a larger question around what are basically also a political framework that is needed to help move on with the transition. Any volunteers who want to react on the question? Yeah.
I can say a word because, as I said, Amplifier is a network made of 10 companies. And among these 10 companies, 8 are located in countries we call programmatic countries, where you've got needs of products. And in these countries, the governments, the public institutions are involved in different ways to different extent. And if I just give an example, in Nigeria, we've got our Amplifier member there in Kano. Nigeria is a very protective country in terms of customs. So they've got very high custom duties and high rate of taxes if you want to import some raw materials, for instance. So that influences definitely the way you can produce locally. So I don't have the answer of how they should influence to one or another direction, because I just say that, yes, definitely the government has an impact. And as long as there is no discussion on which consequences
such level of custom duties, such level of taxes has on the product which is manufactured locally. If there is no this discussion, the consequences are usually not very good, either on the finished product price, so meaning higher price for the program using these products, or for the use of local raw materials sometimes. Sometimes custom duties are very low, pushing to import some raw materials when you've got them locally, higher price. And so we've been working a lot on pushing Amplifier members using local raw materials when they are in good volumes and quality. But definitely we're in an environment which is country specific and related to the government decisions.
Excellent. We're almost out of time. I would like to ask you maybe just one sentence to wrap up basically the panel. So in one sentence, because we, of course, there's a lot of other humanitarian organizations listening. So just in one sentence, what would be your advice if a company wants to get, or if an organization wants to get started? So please keep it super short whilst you're thinking, because we haven't prepared that. I'm just going to give a short summary of the discussion before we wrap up with your statements. So I think what we heard is that there's a lot of challenges on the ground from a supplier perspective, from a buyer perspective, and also possibly from a funding perspective. So there's a lot of challenges. We also have to consider other impacts than carbon. I think this was also a point that came out of this panel very strongly. And another point is there's no one-size-fits-all solution, which doesn't help to reduce complexity. Other few points that were made is really moving away from this approach of having going towards the lowest possible cost, which also leads to the question of the role of donors, of funding. I very much like what Thomas said about public-private partnerships. So how can we also connect projects like the one Tewodros is working on with buyers in a more innovative way? And then, also the question of how can humanitarian organizations bring that into their programs and sort of help with local supply chains, building resilience and reducing the impact. So any volunteers for last thoughts? Very quickly, one sentences, max two. Katrine, give it a go.
Thank you. No, I think my takeaway, and it includes even this further, the discussions of earlier this morning, is a little bit of the power of collaboration, whether it's inside your organization across, teams that do not necessarily always speak together, but then also across organizations. So talk to your suppliers, I think is one of the key messages. Work with your governments or the governments where you work to integrate them into what you want to do.
Thank you. I also share actually what she said. It's the whole thing is about collaborative action. A single organization or a community or others could not really make a difference. So the way we can make a difference is if we collaborate, if we learn each other, if we share our experiences, and then that will bring a stronghold in terms of really transforming the agricultural system and sustainable production. So there is big opportunity also for humanitarian organizations to consider also sustainable production while addressing immediate needs in terms of social crisis. So this is something has to be integrated, and we do have a number of best examples, experiences that we need to scale it up, but scaling it up does mean that we do the same everywhere. So there has to be a closer look, research has to be there to identify what are the key ingredients that we can take it, and then where can we take it also. That's the key message which I would take it, and I'm really happy to hear also from the participants their experience.
I will make it short. Stakeholder engagement for sure. upstream, downstream. I think it's about running in setting projects. So really address where you can in your supply chain, upstream and downstream. For me, that's the key message, and not necessarily spend too much time on measuring because we don't have all the answers, but spend time on acting.
Thank you. Yeah, of course, collaboration and working together. But yeah, just one other point is adaptation, because supply chain resilience is very key in the new world which is being shaped. So yeah, resilient work together on relocating supply chain, either at our factory levels to get local suppliers make sense in terms of supply chain resilience, and as well in terms of agriculture, just to be sure that we use and we will use raw materials that will keep growing and will keep being adapted to where they grow.
Thank you. Thomas, we leave you the last word as you were dealing with us online.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I'm an old logistician and emergency response person, so I do like to keep things simple. And that would be my advice to other organizations on this path is to not let perfect be the enemy of good. And that if a lot of good actions collectively can actually make quite a bit of difference. And so you can actually start your journey in greening your supply chain, making things more sustainable by a collection of smaller items that taken individually may not make a big change, but collectively can, as a way of starting while you look at some of the longer term solutions. So I would say just get started on it. Over.
Excellent. Thank you very much to all of you, and please give a warm applause to our panelists.
The Geneva Sustainability Center is here to support hospital and healthcare leadership to ensure their contribution towards a healthy and sustainable future. You might say a few words about that. And you come, Sonia, with 30 years of experience in health and social care internationally as clinician, senior hospital management, and in sustainability. Previously, you were International Climate Policy Director at Healthcare Without Harm and Director of the Sustainable Development Unit of the NHS in England. Very inspiring work for us. So over to you, Sonia. Have a good panel.
Very much, and welcome back, everybody. I'm really looking forward to this panel. We've got lots of great discussion to be had, and we are joined by 2 people online, and we've got 3 people here in the audience. I'm really hoping that we're going to get all of you participating as well, because we've got some experts here, but we would like to hear from you as well, and make sure that you join in with some key questions. So yes, I'm Sonia Roshnik, and I work for the Geneva Sustainability Center, and our key focus really is to recognize hospital leaders have got a real role in their leadership role to integrate sustainability into everything they do. It's just part and parcel of what contemporary leadership should be about, how you deal with emerging problems, climate change, how you decarbonize your facilities, how you build better resilience and better care, mostly because I've got this fundamental belief, and maybe because I've been a clinician and a manager and all the rest of healthcare, but this is about health. It's not just about the environment. This is fundamentally about all of our health. And so we really have to be thinking about how we take this forward. And so there's a real role for healthcare to do this systematically and aggressively, because it's a matter of urgency for all of us. But I think the interest that we've got with the panel today is that we're going to be looking at what this means in low to middle income countries, where actually the challenge is how do we really deliver, good access to healthcare that is low carbon, that is resilient, and that is equitable. And my dream, I hope you'll share this dream, is that by using the climate change and the sustainability lever, we might be able to seriously transform our health services for the better and our health systems, and actually provide systems that deliver better health, not just a sickness service. And that is the challenge that's is ahead of us all. But I'm delighted that we've got a fantastic panel today. We've got Dr. Jamila Mahmood, who's joining us from Malaysia. We've got Dr. Fawza Rashid, who's just arrived in Geneva from the Aga Khan Foundation. We've got Kiran Jobanputra, who's based in London mostly and works for the Climate Action Accelerator. We've got Aditya Gurundati, who's from Dr. Reddy's Laboratories and joining us online, and then Vincent Bretin from the unit. I'll introduce them more each in turn, and we've got some key questions for them. So Dr. Jamila Mahmood is the Executive Director of Sunway Centre for Planetary Health. She's a medical professional with decades of experience managing crises in health, disasters, and conflict settings. And so, you know, she's a professor and executive director, and really talks with inspiration about what this means in a country like Malaysia to really transform our healthcare. So, Dr. Jamila, thank you so much for joining us. I would wonder if you could tell us a little bit more about what you feel the needs of populations are around this, especially those that are more vulnerable, and how we can support them with some more resilient and sustainable approaches. And maybe if you've got one or two examples that you can sort of feed in there as you go along, we'd be very grateful. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Real pleasure to join all of you. You know, speaking from the perspective of someone who's actually living in Southeast Asia right now, you will be pleasantly surprised to know that if you speak to leaders in the region, they will voluntarily tell you that climate change is a real problem, but they don't voluntarily tell you that the health system is one that you need to look at very, very closely. So, you know, it's still something we have to work very hard on, linking the climate crisis with health as a health crisis as well. So I guess in terms of what is actually needed, a lot. First of all, you know, I think the clarity and the links between climate and health needs to be there's a lot more work we need to do on that front in advocacy, getting people to understand that very close link. And, you know, although most of the governments and the actors in the region are fully aware and supportive of universal healthcare, we do have, I feel, a lot of work there. And the other thing, of course, is that as a region, this region is rapidly growing in terms of economy, and with it comes, you know, other challenges as well. So it's not just climate change; it's got, you know, issues around development, you know, planetary damage, you know, dietary habits, and so forth. But if I can stick to some kind of concrete things that are being done, first of all, let me speak from policy angle. If I speak from perspective of Malaysia, we are in the process of actually looking at health transformation and really focusing on wellness, and therefore the climate crisis has been, you know, something we are working very hard on, pushing the government to say you've got to include this as you look into health reform. Secondly, in Malaysia, we are embarking on what I believe could be the first national planetary health action plan, which is really bringing policy thinking around a multi-system shift to look at how societies will thrive in the face of planetary changes and the climate crisis as well. Now, one of the things that is being leveraged on a lot, obviously, is technology. So telemedicine and e-health, you know, needless to say, countries like Singapore are using this a lot. Even in Malaysia, we're looking at it from perspective, not just giving access to people, but also reducing the need for them to travel, and ultimately the carbon footprint, which has impact on the climate crisis as well. Otherwise, it's really also looking at how community-based approaches are used. Two nice examples which I like anyway. One is looking at a situation in Kalimantan, where an NGO called ASRI is looking at the needs of people in communities who tend to embark on deforestation activities primarily because they want access to health. So giving them healthcare and giving them healthcare instead of machetes to chop trees, you know, really giving them alternatives to economies and livelihood is one way that you access health, but also protect the environment and also reduce the impact of climate change. And of course, in places like Philippines, which are very climate resilient, climate risk, they need to really step up on climate resilient health facilities, and this is one of the primary focus areas for countries like Philippines. I could go on, but needless. What I want to emphasize is the awareness is there, trying to bring greater awareness to health systems strengthening, and resilience is what is really needed. So I think it's not just about action on the ground. How do we actually start moving policy dialogue? And at the ASEAN region, ASEAN is now looking, as it embarks on the next 10-year strategy, on something that is looking at sustainable resilience. And it's a huge opportunity now to influence that from a health lens.
That you're looking at this very much from a systems perspective, and that the end goal is really about how we can all thrive in these conditions. So that's a very hopeful vision that we can all be working towards. So thank you, and please stay with us because we'll come back to you as well. I'd like to turn to Dr. Fawzia Rashid, who works for Aga Khan Foundation as a health advisor. I know you've been working on this for such a long time with the Aga Khan, and how you can really demonstrate that this is possible in all sorts of different places and that it can save money. So I'd love you to tell us a little bit more about what you're doing and why this is so relevant.
Well, thanks very much. But firstly, I should say not foundation, but it doesn't really matter. Development network or health services. Yeah, there are a couple of things, messaging I want to get into this in terms of, in addition to relaying, our experience. One is that, when we started, health professionals were generally concerned, but really not really thinking it was their business to get engaged. And the other is that if they were engaging, they were tinkering around the edges, doing things like planting trees or changing their bottled water, and really not making intelligent priority decisions about what they could do with their agency, which is enormous, not just in the health sector, but they could use their political clout, their leverage, they're part of the political elite in all of our countries, to make transformational change if they knew what to argue for in the transport sector, in the energy sector, in the agricultural sector, which is incidentally not irrelevant to health, as well as the health sector's performance, because the health sector intersects with all of these areas. So I'm just sort of bringing that up sort of into focus at the beginning, because these were things that I faced when I started to do the work. But basically, our story is, I'll try and just capture it very quickly. We have facilities in the likes of Afghanistan, Syria, Pakistans, and so on of this world. And basically, I mentioned that at the outset, because if we can do this, anyone can. So at the beginning, where I think this, going back to my sort of opening remarks, where I think you can make a real change is by doing what we did, but we didn't do it for those reasons, but by collecting your data. Because once you have your data, you then see what is possible. You then see what it costs. You then see what it might save you. You then start to rethink where you put your energy in terms of what you can make changes against. And you begin to see the bigger picture in terms of no point my tinkering around with my waste here when the municipality is doing that there. Or if I do my solar panels on all of my 5 facilities, well, actually, wouldn't it be better if the national grid started to make some efforts in terms of transition to renewables? So that kind of thinking is something that I've witnessed along the way. But back to our story. We started to collect the data by developing a tool with the best of scientific advice and doing it ourselves. And we made it so simple that it was possible to do within our health facilities, no extra staff, no consultants. And I knew that that was the way to go if we were to do it, not just in our countries, but because this wasn't an endeavor where you started with a baseline and stopped there. You had to keep measuring to see what progress you were making. And happily, our agency and our governance also relayed the challenge to all, people, the likes of myself, but also the schools in the Aga Khan Development Network, the insurance companies, the hotels, poverty alleviation, habitat, agriculture endeavors, all to get to net zero by, if not before 2030. So we were running from the beginning. And I honestly think back to that comment, it is not stupid to set that target because we're seeing that we can do it. And if you don't set that target, I've just on reflection, if you set a 2050 target for yourselves, I mean, seriously, I'm going to retire in 5 years. What does that mean for me? Not a lot. So 2030 was our target. We developed our tool, got it endorsed by WHO, and our tool expanded to cover the supply chain. Very important for the health sector, because without it, you're not measuring your impact. Believe you me, you're just kidding yourself if you're not. So we made it free, translated it, and of course, we knew then that people would be knocking on the door to get some help, and we've provided free orientation to representatives of over 40 countries while doing the work ourselves to carry on going. The tool was the first, if you like, learning and gift. But since then, with our own data, and we collect quarterly from 400 facilities, 400 facilities, every quarter bottom-up data. So if we can do it, you can do it. And what we found is that when we tried to look at the very simple measures, just in terms of energy efficient equipment and transitions to renewables, we could come up with a budget that would cover 60% of our footprint reduction, 60, and we would get a reduction, a return on investment less than 6 years. And in fact, at today's prices, if I recalculate, it would be about 4. So imagine that. We immediately saw that we had this sweet spot space to do things that would save money, reduce carbon, but also, hey presto, all of these measures mean that you consume less. Therefore, you're going to be more resilient in the future. And if you transition to renewables, flood, heat wave, electricity outings with extreme weather, you're going to be able to keep going. So, this is not just a mitigation agenda. Decarbonation should be understood to also be an adaptation and resilience measure. And let's get rid of this dichotomy, because that's not helping. Now, if I might just finish with frustrations. I can't believe that with us showing this, that it saves money, that there are things you can get along with, and that if LMICs don't engage with, they will be left with more expensive and dirtier and unsustainable healthcare. That there's still this talk about high-income countries should do this, and we should, LMICs, too technically difficult, too expensive. That's rubbish. So I'm beginning to think that donors, agencies who are in this, the UN agencies who are supposed to advise, simply haven't done the math. And I would suggest that the very best place for everyone to get started, and you have no credibility in this field if you don't, is have your own baseline, set your own net zero targets, and get on with it. Because if you can't walk the talk, you shouldn't be in the business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So a serious challenge to all of us. Thank you. So, measure, set your target. And I'd like to say about setting targets, because I agree with you, you need to set them closer rather than far away. And actually, generally, they keep getting closer and closer as we see that the urgency grows. So we're going to have to work with that. So the more we can demonstrate it, the better. So thank you so much for that. I'd like to turn to Kiran Jobonputra today, who works as a doctor, medical doctor, a GP in London, but you've also been sort of the head of the health programs for the Climate Action Accelerator. And I know you've been doing this huge sort of very on the ground project in Chad, which has really been quite interesting and brought out a whole load of new lessons. I wonder if you can tell us a little bit more about it and what it says, what you feel that it's telling us to do.
Yes, thank you, Sonia. So, well, thank you for the invitation to join the panel today. As Sonia says, I'd like to share a few lessons from our experiences of working with a hospital in Chad in partnership with ALIMA, the International Medical NGO, to look at transitioning this hospital to a climate resilient, environmentally sustainable healthcare facility. It's fairly early days in the project, but the process that we undertook, the vulnerability capacity assessment that we undertook together with the hospital, did yield some insights that I think are quite instructive for this discussion. We made the decision explicitly to focus on healthcare facilities in fragile conflict-affected and vulnerable settings in the first instance, partly because there are increasingly toolkits and models for healthcare facilities to transition in high and middle income settings, but we found a lack of worked through models in low income and fragile settings. And the WHO guidelines were our starting point for this, the climate resilient environmental sustainable healthcare facility guidelines, and also the checklists for vulnerability capacity assessments. But very quickly, we realized that these tools need a huge amount of configuration to the setting to be operationalizable. So the hospital that we're working with, Nguri Hospital, is a Ministry of Health hospital supported by 2 NGOs, Alima and Alert Santé, and they shared this vision about transitioning to a climate resilient, environmentally sustainable hospital. We set up a team to make this happen, and the first step was to develop a methodology for the diagnosis. And so, as I said, we used the WHO tools as a starting point, but quickly we moved to a comprehensive mixed methods approach, because the majority of tools are quantitative, they're checklist driven. And we could see instantly the shortcomings of this. Firstly, there was limited quantitative data available, but also just the shared sense of prioritization. And I think this is something that Fawzia alluded to. There are some champions in every facility, but on the whole, the facility staff did not see this as something they could do much about. And so, in fact, a mixed methods approach based on the checklists inspired by WHO guidance, but also qualitative work with health administrators, hospital staff, patient representative groups, and community leaders actually led us to quite a different diagnosis and assessment of what the priorities were. And for example, we came in with the notion that heat and food security would be the main preoccupation, which of course it was, but malaria was above all the preoccupation for hospital staff and the community. And so for many people, the climate crisis is mediated by its impact on malaria epidemiology. And so in fact, having a stable oxygen supply was a key priority for managing those complicated malaria cases. Likewise, reinforcing the blood bank. So it was seen as a critical resilience measure for that facility. So at the end, what we realized at the end of this process is that if we think about the WHO guidance, which puts the accent on mainly on infrastructure, energy, waste, and health workforce, we actually realized that in a system where hospitals are to some extent functioning in isolation, in that there are, in terms of the governance of the health system, it's a very resource-constrained system, and limited central initiatives filter down to hospital level. In such a system, we need to be thinking not only of those 4 infrastructural domains, but also the health programming itself, and also the leadership and governance and financing. So in the end, those other 2 aspects, health programming and leadership, governance, financing, became part of our model for health facility intervention in a setting where the link between facility and national level is weak. I think so. I think that the lessons for us was the need for this qualitative approach, which led us to quite different decisions. The need to integrate governance and health programming into your resilience and sustainability planning at facility level, but also that carrying out this process in this very combined collective way with the staff of the hospital and the local healthcare administration resulted in a real change in the atmosphere and the ambience in that hospital, and for the first time a sense of leadership, of empowerment amongst the hospital staff. We've seen other initiatives starting since then. So whilst on the one hand, at the end of this process, we've carried out the prioritization exercise with the hospital staff. We've made a roadmap together with Alima based on 21 high priority solutions, which we're now in the process of starting to implement. But in addition to that, we're seeing other initiatives emerging at hospital level, which has been quite inspiring to watch. So I think from here on, as well as accompanying the hospital through that full process of implementation, and as well as starting to work with other healthcare structures, for example, we're now developing a collaboration with Stellenbosch University to look at expanding this model to primary healthcare facilities in Western Cape province. We want to work, return now to our colleagues in WHO who developed the checklists and start to work with them to see, actually, can we now establish an approach to operationalizing this? Can we build on this experience to develop the toolkit for making this happen at facility level? And could there be a bankable commodity or something that actually we can work with donors on? Because until now, the lack of resourcing for these sorts of initiatives in low-income settings is of course the biggest barrier. And if we can develop these toolkits and some sort of package that appeals to funders, that might start to change the situation. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for highlighting some ideas, but also really reminding us that this is, climate change and sustainability are a lens through which we can look at health system strengthening and transformation, and how important it is to bring everybody with you on that journey. A sort of message of hope coming out there. Thank you so much. I'd like to turn to Aditya Gurundati, who's head of ESG and Sustainability Operations at Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. I hope you're online and that we will be able to hear you.
Yes, I am.
That's great. Thank you so much. We know that you've been working on.
Sorry, hello. I'm not able to hear you.
Are you finding it difficult to hear me?
Yeah, I lost like 10 seconds.
You maybe we can just try and make sure that you can hear me. If you could sort of do a hand signal to highlight that maybe you can hear me. Would that be useful? Can you? Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. We're really interested in the pharmaceutical industry in this space because, medicines contribute so much to the carbon footprint of healthcare around the world. And it's something that we can all do something about, not just in the production, but maybe also in the prescribing and the utilization of medicines. It would be great if you could tell us a little bit more about what you've been doing and what your lessons learned are, so that we can take those into our panel today.
Okay, thank you, Sonia. Thank you for introducing me, and thank you for asking us on the panel. So for the people who don't know us, we are Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. We are in the business of global generics and biosimilars. So essentially, we make the medicines whose patents are about to expire or expired, and then we try to make affordable healthcare as much as possible. The tagline for us is "Good health can't wait." We want to provide the best healthcare facilities or the best health to the maximum amount of patients around the world, and that's how our business model has been. It's about reaching the maximum amount of people as much as possible. And yeah, as you rightly said, healthcare as an industry, if you take a step back and look at the industry, it's essentially a service industry. And as it is with any service industry, much of the emissions are Scope 3 emissions, are the emissions of the medical devices manufacturers, pharmaceutical devices, pharma and allied medicines, injectables, and so on and so forth. And even from a waste perspective, or even from a global overusage perspective, also pharma actually takes a bigger chunk. Around 16% of the injectables in the world is getting wasted because due to hundreds of reasons: cold supply chain, due to expiry, due to not reaching the patient at the right time, due to reaching late. There are hundreds of reasons for which there's a huge amount of wastage, and that wastage is also contributing to a huge amount of our emissions. If I look at my emission roadmap, my own emissions pie, then Dr. Reddy is around 10%, 10 to 15% is within the fence, and around 85 to 90% is again outside the fence, both value chain upstream and downstream.
In which aspect? You can't hear me.
I just heard the word.
I just wanted to ask you to repeat those numbers again, because they sounded important and I didn't quite catch them. The numbers of your carbon footprint, you said 10 to 15% is in?
It is within the fence, scope on it. And scope 3 is around 80% plus. So when
over
I say
80%
scope 3, it's both.
Thank you. Sorry, keep
So,
going.
yeah, I think my sound is coming and going. Somebody has put up a request. I'll be a bit more mindful. Please let me know if I'm not audible or if the words are not coming out right.
We can hear you, Aditya, but it would be helpful because of the sound if you can speak a little bit more slowly and a little bit more loudly. I think it would help me follow anyway.
Okay. Sorry. So hopefully this is better. I'll try and put better intonations. Going back to my English 101. And so yeah, as I was saying, a huge chunk of the emissions from pharma industry, if I look at pharma singular company, let us say Dr. Reddy's or let us say Novartis. I work with Novartis also. I worked with GSK for some time. So there also we see that a huge amount of emissions are both upstream and downstream. So Dr. Reddy's is downstream to Novartis in many senses, in many therapeutic areas, where much of their emissions are with me and much of my emissions are with my suppliers. And as we go down to the nth supplier, the last person, there the decarbonization initiatives are not yet started or just about to get started. And there's a huge amount of potential which needs to be unlocked. A lot of low-hanging fruits which Novartis did a decade back, which Dr. Reddy's is doing today, or must have done 5 years back, still haven't been going to the suppliers at the end of the value chain. And there we need a huge amount of impact. When it comes to Dr. Reddy's, to us, we have got 14 ESG goals which we had taken. A good chunk of the goals were around climate neutrality. We are planning to become climate neutral by 2030. We are also working on value chain decarbonization. But we also have goals on accessibility and affordability. I was hearing somebody say about accessibility. Accessibility versus climate risk is one thing which a pharma as an industry is getting pulled. Actually, pharma is getting pulled in multiple directions. On one side, we say about affordability of the medicine, while on the other side, we talk about climate resilience. Climate resilience, as we all know, it will take some amount of capital expenditure to be put actually into the pharma, onto the shop floor. The returns are there. I do understand every good decarbonization project would have a return of around 3 to 5 years. And I can vouch for that. But until that 3 to 5 years, the accessibility or affordability would sometimes take a backseat. And from an overall, when we look from an overall pharma perspective, accessibility and affordability are number 1 and 2 priorities for us. And rest of the things we need to work on along with them. And hence the challenge with pharma as a whole is that one side we are talking about accessibility, increasing the medicine's availability. On the other side, we are talking about medicine wastage and AMR. Medicine overdose and AMR is also a very, very real problem. And with increasing climate risk, with increasing exposure to adverse weather events, or maybe even in any superbugs which are coming out, AMR is a very, very real threat which is there on the radar. It's actually one of the top 10 threats as we talk about. So at the end, my submission is from a pharma value of view, pharma is getting pulled out into multiple directions, and it is very, very crucial that everybody, including the healthcare facilities, work together to solve this problem as a whole. Single company or a single sect in the value chain solving it for themselves would actually just exaggerate.
Thank you so much. So you're reminding us that we have to all do this together, that you have a supply chain as well. Everybody has their own supply chain or a supply chain. And if I've understood it, that really there's some issues around affordability and accessibility to make sure that not only do we make it possible for people to have the medicines that they require, but that we manage to do that in the best way possible in different parts of the world. And of course, there's the decarbonization piece, but then there's also the resilience building, making sure that actually the products that are manufactured and delivered can keep doing so through difficult circumstances. So thank you so much. So now I'd like to turn to Vincent Bretin. Thank you very much for joining us. You're Director of Results and responsible for the climate roadmap at UnitAid. And I know that you've been working with UnitAid for a while. And maybe you could tell us a little bit more about what you've been doing and what this roadmap looks like and what you're looking for to transform this world.
Thank you so much, Sonia, and thank you so much for the opportunity to join the panel and so many inspiring speakers and organizations here. So I'll give you three key messages, I guess. One is, first, what we've learned in the last few years, trying to understand what it means for an organization like us, international funder working on access to healthcare and health innovations in low and middle income countries, to look at climate. And the first message is around the fact that climate touches pretty much everything we do and pushes us to rethink our business, essentially. The second message that I'll get to is, how do we guide our work as an organization working on products? And I'll talk about climate smart health products, which we feel could be our North Star in this space. And finally, I want to touch briefly on the importance of what we call doing our part, which is to do our fair share of emission reductions. But first, in terms of the lessons that we learned. Over the last few years, we've incubated progressively more and more work around this area, doing our own footprint as a starting point. But now looking at 10 specific products, and you've talked about baseline and data, I think that's so important. And we really wanted to understand, okay, we have a number of important products that we support in terms of introduction, in terms of access in many, many countries. HIV treatments, malaria treatments, diagnostics, across multiple disease, maternal health, oxygen, and so on. We've taken 10 of those key products and assessed not only their carbon footprint and the entire life cycle to understand the source of emission, but also environmental footprint of those products, and also the vulnerabilities in terms of climate. And learned a number of important things, which we will publish very soon. But for instance, the fact that the footprint of those products is in the order, cumulatively, of millions of tons of CO2. And those of you who are used to emissions, will see that this is a very significant number. This is the equivalent of a pharmaceutical company, essentially, as a whole. We've seen as well that there is significant pollution from other sources of pollution and impacts on nature beyond carbon and greenhouse gases emissions. Take bed nets as an example, and many of you would know that bed nets is a key tool in the fight against malaria. There's about 200 million bed nets being distributed every year. That's more than 100,000 tons of plastic waste generated every year. And right now, there is almost no recycling mechanism in place anywhere to deal with that. We've just heard from Dr. Reddy's colleague, and the fact that the pharmaceutical industry is also very much concerned about the potential pollution around manufacturing sites, and we know that's a potential area of concern. We've learned as well that there are issues around resilience. Some products may not be resilient to extreme heat, for instance. Some products are produced in very concentrated regions in the world that are exposed to climate hazards. And distribution in general of those products is very sensitive to climate hazards in low and middle income countries. So when you take all of this together, when you look at also not only climate sensitive disease, but the fact that the communities, the people that are impacted by climate change are the exact same communities that don't have access to health today. And so the communities that we're trying to support with our work actually see their reality changing because of climate change. So that led us to this conclusion, okay, climate is not something that is just for this part of our work, this disease or this aspect. It's fully encompassing. It's about mitigation and adaptation. It's also about the environment, and it has to be a holistic approach. So that's message number one. Number two, it's of course very big when you start looking at this. And what do you do as an organization that has its own business model, its own comparative advantage, its own strengths, but also limitations? And we felt that because we work on products, what could guide our work is what we call climate smart health products. Something that is almost like a scorecard, something you would look at for any kind of health products to say, okay, first of all, is this product not harmful to the climate and to the environment, with a number of things that you would look at within that. Secondly, is it manufactured? Is it distributed in a way that is resilient to potential climate hazards? Third, is it responsive to the way disease and populations are being impacted by climate change? For instance, are we designing products for specific use cases like displaced populations? And maybe we have a good solution for urban settings, rural settings, but not for displaced populations. And we need to rethink not only products, We're a small organization, 100 people based in Geneva, but that's nevertheless important to do. And we're working towards a minus 50% target by 2030, but also our portfolio of investment. We have $1.5 billion of active investments, more than 40 implementing partners. We want to embark all of those partners on a decarbonization journey. It's going to take time. It's going to have to be progressive, but with the support of the Climate Action Accelerator, I think we can make a lot of progress in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that vision and for highlighting how important it is to really start shaping things. I'm going to ask you the next question directly, but as I come around the panel a second time, I'd like you really to think in the way you answer this question a little bit about what is that extra thing or acceleration that we need to take something to the next level. So we're not just tracking on the bit by bit, but what is it that will help us really take it to the next level? And I know you're looking at how you can try and shape the market. And I was wondering if you could help give us some sense of what that might look like in terms of innovation procurement or other ways of doing things.
Sure. And maybe I'll start by saying that we need climate smart health products, but we need, first of all, health products that have health value and that deliver, the access and the quality care that we seek. And where we come from, we've been working for more than 70 years on shaping markets for low and middle income countries. That means pulling a range of levers, whether it's procurement levers, regulatory levers, working with manufacturers to change the market conditions and create the conditions that will incentivize the types of products that we need, the types of affordability that we need, the quality of products, the supply diversity, the supply quantities that we need. And we've done not just Unitaid, but collectively magic, with manufacturers, with partners. When you see, that right now you can treat someone living with HIV for $45 a year, the entire year of treatment. And that's coming from obviously a very different situation 20 years ago, that you have pediatric formulations and the likes. And so everything that we've been doing in service of those health objectives, we feel those same types of levers by working through regulation, by working on procurement, by working on incentives, by working with manufacturers, by creating demand, by creating new standards, can be used to shape those markets and create those new expectations, those new incentives, and progressively move towards those climate smart health products. It has to be in partnership, and I think it has been said before. It cannot be just us alone, it cannot be manufacturers alone. I think we need the entire system to push in the same direction. That's why some frameworks, some priorities, common definitions, common goals will be so important. And also each organization playing to their strengths and being able to contribute from where they are.
So we're all part of the same jigsaw puzzle and we all need to push harder. I mean, I think shaping markets is incredibly important, and the innovation that needs to take place there, or the drive to keep knowing what you need to push for, is incredibly important. I'm going to turn back to you, Aditya, because you're obviously in the pharmaceutical industry, you're supplying us, you've got your roadmap, you know what you're doing, but what do you want from the people who buy products from you to support you? We don't often ask the question that way. What healthcare providers who buy your products? Do you need anything?
I think what we need is we talk about decarbonization. Let us not just talk about decarbonization. We can talk about the overall environment impact. We can make a therapeutic line carbon neutral. But at the same time, can we also make it affordable? Can we also reduce its toxicity? I do understand this is a forum where we are talking about decarbonization journey, but then decarbonization is not the only big elephant in the room. There are other things also which we need to talk about. Secondly, when we talk about supply chains, when we talk about a pharma supply chain reaching out to the hospital or any healthcare facility, the most important things are the CFAs and the distributors from whom the secondary and the tertiary supply chains work. Those have to be made more robust. That's not within us to do it. So once it leaves our CFAs, carrying and forwarding agencies and distributors, post that the resilience has to be developed. So as I said, much of the emissions are with value chains, upstream and downstream. So the downstream partners have to work too.
So we really need to see this more holistically. It's not just tracking carbon. It's about a wider range of things, and then the resilience across the supply chain and how we, I guess, as buyers of products or prescribers of products, we need to understand that more effectively. So thank you very much for that. Forzo, you're big buyers. you're prescribing and looking at this differently. How do you take the holistic approach to this and use it as your vision to drive change across the whole of the supply chain and through the behavior of your health professionals as well?
So I'm going to sort of not just relate this to what we do, but tell you that what we do is informed by the thinking and collaborations with the NHS and their leadership in this area, as well as some thinking with the Lancet Sustainable Healthcare Commission that I'm on, and our discussions around what should be done. And clearly, first of all, I'm glad that you've included a colleague from Reddy's. Great to hear what I understood of what you said. And particularly, I have to say, I was really encouraged by your approach of looking at, because you can, at the life cycle assessments of some of the products, and then looking at this more holistic from that point of view, because that's very rarely done or possible. And the environmental aspect that comes up with it. So there's the products, there's the packaging, which is a really big part of this. And if I could just put a plug out, we know that we can do blister. We don't need blister packs for most things at all. And that's a really big part of the problem in terms of the environmental footprint, just directly around the products, but then it's all the downstream, the additional packaging as well. So much can be done. So I'm hoping that the likes of Reddy's will be able to really look at that, because what we're trying to do, back to your question, is, first of all, we're adopting the same targets as the NHS and suggesting to governments that we're providing orientation to, that they do the same, to be able to send the same market signals to help suppliers, and so that there's consistent direction on where they should move. And we are asking them to disclose first their scopes 1 and 2, but even better, third, and to make public their net zero commitments. And so obviously we would be preferentially purchasing from those with the most ambitious targets. And we're also negotiating on packaging, and so that there are take-back schemes for plastics in particular. And to send the signal, we don't want them, and we want you to change because you're the best, you're producing them, you're making the choice, we're not, and you should take the burden of it. But the other sort of broader thing in terms of operations and people who make the decisions to buy, because there's several who make the decision before it comes to the procurement officer who negotiates with the suppliers, is that we're having a discourse around, is it necessary? And this is not just a, refuse, reuse, recycle discussion. It's a bit more than that. Overprescribing? Are we overdiagnosing? Have we moved away from evidence-based medicine? And moving the discourse to primary healthcare, because that's a much better bang for your buck if you keep people healthy and if you keep them away from the health system altogether. So those are the kinds of discussions we're having, in addition to examining practice, because increasing in LMICs, higher standards are associated with higher use of single-use items, more products, the better, the physician, the better. There's a lot of perceptions that go along with this that need re-education of health professionals, but also customers. And so basically, the whole discourse around keeping people healthy, what it takes, but also we're learning that in low-resource countries, there are many procedures that, moved in that direction of high-end, intensive, irrational use of products. They're still conserving or sterilizing or being much more prudent in terms of when they move from symptom management to a wait and see, to a diagnosis, to treatment. And some of this is providing indications of what northern entities might do. So bringing them together, and, so cataracts, we know 30 times more waste in the West than in lower resource countries, and things like that. Just comparing notes will teach us a lot. So we're encouraging that too. Sorry, I took too so long.
No, thank you so much. So, I mean, prevention is absolutely key. We know that the most sustainable healthcare facility is the one that doesn't exist because it's not needed. And I really appreciate your comment on not over medicalizing everything. We have got a very quite a high intense medicalization approach in some parts of the world, which is just unhelpful to this agenda. But Kieran, I mean, you're a doctor, you prescribe medicines on a regular basis, I presume. How much do you take this into your practice, into account in your practice? And how do you think we really not just send a signal to suppliers, but also embrace this as healthcare professionals, and I'm counting myself as one of them, into our behavior change? And what do you think is needed for that?
So,
question, sorry.
Yeah, that is a difficult question because, yes, I do prescribe, but just 1 day a week. So I'll just preface that because most of my work is in the humanitarian sector. Nevertheless, I guess where there's a point in common, it's about vision and a sense of agency and behavioral change. I would say that one thing I could draw in common between health structures in the NHS where I work and health structures in extremely resource limited settings with which we're working with CAA is in both cases there's that need for at the facility level for for leadership and for vision from hospital leadership or health facility leadership. I think that especially in very low resource settings where that, as I said, the central health system leadership will not necessarily impact at facility level because those facilities may be reaching out more to local partners, local NGOs, international NGOs to support their work. It's critical that that vision is built up at the level of the hospital and then, or the health facility, and then partners, the facility can reach out to partners, or they may already have existing partners for support to develop plans, transitional plans for making their work more environmentally sustainable and resilient. Yes, that applies to prescribing, to use of medications, but it also applies to other aspects of health facility management, including one thing we saw in Chad particularly is emergency preparedness and disaster management committees or hygiene committees at the hospital level. These are interventions that need not be costly, but could lead to a much better use of certain resources or minimization of certain consumables at the facility level. So I think that it's important to, even in very resource limited settings, not to neglect the behavioral change elements, as I said earlier, the health programming elements, because until we can define best buys, and I think this is where I would want to share our experience with the Attach Alliance, the WHO Alliance on climate resilient, environmentally sustainable healthcare, and because I think collectively as a community of practice we can start to define those best buys, both the high impact interventions that are more costly, but also the relatively high impact interventions that are less costly. And I think that's where the behavioral change element has to come together with all the infrastructural elements that are currently the main focus of discussion.
Thank you so much. I'm going to come back to you, Jamila, to ask you about how this plays out in Asia. But we haven't talked. We've talked a little bit about customers, a little bit about the community, not so much about the role of patients in all of this. So I don't know whether you would like to try and bring that into your answer, and maybe we'll try and keep it brief because I'd like to bring the audience in as well. Have we still got you there, Dr. Jamila?
Yeah. Yes. Now, I've been listening to the wonderful remarks made by the panel, and I want to come back to one point, and maybe that touches on the patients as well. What are we doing as a health community to raise awareness on the linkages between climate and health. Now, we are probably, healthcare workers are probably the most trusted people on the planet, and yet we are not raising our voice enough. I mean, you can't compare, NHS is so much more advanced than many health systems in the world, but the problem is that we won't change unless health workers start to change, and that requires fundamentally some shifts. I really like the point that I think Fauzia made about data. At the end of the day, if you want to shift things, you've got to have the data, and politicians will listen to data, particularly when it involves finances. Now, a group of, you may be aware, the Canadian medical sort of fraternity came together and said, all right, we need to have a shift in how we teach medicine. That climate and health is not even in curriculum. I think globally the figure is something like 15%. So how do you expect patients to even know about this when the doctors don't even talk about it, or may not even know or be aware of their responsibility as well? Simple things like prescribing inhalers. The different types of inhalers have a fundamental impact on methane gas, greenhouse gas emissions. So I go back to system shifts. I think, I do believe that all the initiatives that we do are really important, but fundamentally we need a system shift. We need to really look at that. And I want to highlight one point that is, in front of us very soon. We have COP28. If you look at the health declaration in COP28, there's not a single mention on why it's so important for healthcare, the health fraternity, to raise their voice on the need for us to push fossil fuels to reduce the emissions and to call for a rapid and just transition. It's not even there. So, I'm in despair sometimes, because if the body that is representing us is not pushing this hard enough in these fundamental declarations that are intergovernmental, then we are losing that opportunity. And I think we need to raise our voice.
The trusted voice of clinicians in this space is hugely important, and I think others have alluded to that. I would like to open up to anybody in the audience who wants to ask a question, or two or three, but maybe just to make it easier for me, you could just stand up if you're wanting to ask a question, and then we'll do a quick round and answer. It does mean you'll have to show yourself if you want to ask a question. Otherwise, I've got plenty, so don't worry. Yes, just okay, we've got one here and one over there. Maybe we could go here and then take the second question there. And maybe if there's another one or two in the audience, we could take them in the round so that we use our time effectively. Thank you.
There's two questions from our audience online. So the first one from May from DNDi, Drugs for Neglected Disease Initiative. The question is for Aditya. You mentioned that for pharma and DRL, affordability and accessibility are priority 1 and 2. It wasn't clear to me how reducing waste and investing to reduce pharma emission impacts affordability and accessibility of the pharma's medicine. Thank you.
The other one.
The other one is from Laura. It's not addressed. Dengue has the potential to impact on up to 4 billion people, given climate change and with this climate-sensitive disease. There has been a huge push to tackle malaria, but what are the organizations doing or recommend us to do regarding adaptation to climate-sensitive diseases, sometimes where urgent innovation is still much needed? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we've got another question here.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Daniela Marco. My question is for any of you who want to reply to this, is about longevity of our population, because we are aging, and I would like to know your take on preventive medicine instead of good quality of life versus just length of life. So if you can develop a bit more on this idea on maybe preventive medicine can also reduce emissions, because there will be less pharmaceuticals products to produce and treatments to provide. So yeah.
Thank you so much for those questions. I might turn to you, Jamila, first, and then to Aditya, and then ask our panel here if they want to come in. And just a word of warning to our panelists. Before we leave everybody today, we'll have a parting message from each of you. So do be thinking about what you would like to leave as your last message. But over to you, Jamila.
Yeah, I think that's the question around diseases that are climate sensitive is a very important one. For us in Asia, we live with dengue, right? It's endemic, but we are seeing increasing numbers in North America and so forth. I think this is where collaboration is going to be very, very important. How we're even educating doctors is, I come back to education because I think it's fundamental that if you are not teaching climate and health, then one of my friends who got dengue in North America was undiagnosed for some time because nobody would think about it. So I think fundamentally things have to change. Now on longevity, I think we're talking about quality and of life rather than quantity of life. But I think we have to face the fact that people will live longer, except that the last Human Development Report surprisingly showed that the life expectancy actually declined in the last 2 years. So go back to a focus on wellness rather than managing illness. Go back to the fundamentals of good primary healthcare and preventive care, but not forgetting to incorporate the importance of climate, the linkages to climate and health. I think that's how we need to approach healthcare in this century.
We tackle both emerging diseases and try and focus on wellness. I would just like to make sure that we answer the question about the affordability elements that was asked for Aditya. Are you still there? Would you like to respond to that question?
Yeah, I'm still there. I kind of answered to her on the private chat, but just for the benefit of everyone. It was a simple equation. On one side, pharma, specifically global generics, is getting pushed more towards affordability of the medicines. On the other side, there is price erosion. Just for taking our example, we have had around 75% price erosion on many therapeutic lines. And on the flip side of it, now we are talking about advanced decarbonization journey. Low-hanging fruits for majority of the major pharma industries are getting used up. Now, let us say I talk about advanced decarbonization solutions like supply chain decarbonization or waste heat recoveries. Those require huge amount of investments. I cannot go to my suppliers and ask them to provide me something at a lower cost and at a lower carbon. At one instant, it will take some time for them to adjust to that. There should be some amount of long term. And that was my point. That was the point I was making.
Thank you. And we do have examples where things are low carbon and low cost and better for health, where there are win-win-wins. And we do need to highlight those sweet spots as well. So your Fawzia, then Kieran, and Vincent.
So just to comment on, when we talk about going back to primary healthcare, or we talk about re-emphasizing the health promotion, disease prevention debate and longevity, etc., I'd like to say that yes, we need to go back to the principles, but we can go forward. By that, I mean is that we're not going back in terms of some regressive model. Actually, we're learning an awful lot about things like green prescribing, or that, social prescribing to prevent loneliness is actually, does as much in terms of reversing morbidity and mortality than, it equates to smoking in terms of, I'm saying this wrong, but you get my drift. Playing music in old age pension homes, apparently 12% reduction in medication. I mean, this is new research, but that is informing and should be informing our decisions of whether or not we prescribe and how we do business. Unfortunately, most of our research in healthcare that's providing the evidence is, there's a conflict of interest in terms of who's funding it. So we're going to have to sort of really purposefully look at the data that is driving our practice and try and do some reimagining healthcare in the process. Thank you.
Karen.
Thanks, Fawzia. So just to address the question on vector-borne disease and to touch on the prevention issue, this is clearly where we see population level resilience and health facility resilience coming together, because if you focus more on preventative approaches and you have a healthier population, it reduces the demand on the health facility, and hence it means that you make better use of what scarce resources you have. To take the Chad example, out of the 51 solutions that were produced by that process we undertook, the vulnerability capacity assessment, more than half of them were health programming interventions. So less than half of them were infrastructural. And of those health programming interventions, it was bed nets, indoor residual spraying, seasonal malarial chemoprophylaxis, but also innovations on such as malaria vaccination. So these are the preoccupations of the health workforce and the community. These are preventative measures that would massively reduce demand on the healthcare facility. Yes, we need to implement these, and we need to try to measure the impact, because in such settings it's still very difficult to get reliable data on cost effectiveness, and so to define these as best buys, we're not there yet. But the point is that by thinking about population resilience, you are actually reducing your demand on the health facilities, and you're making your health facility more resilient.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to bounce on the question around affordability, accessibility, and what it means to go for decarbonization and keeping products affordable. It's a tension we're going to have to deal with as an organization and collectively. Clearly, the answer won't be straightforward. But I would say from the modeling we've done of life cycle analysis and the specific products and the levers that were identified, we see across the 10 products that we've selected that 40 to 50% of the emissions could be abated at a neutral cost overall. So some investments, of course, will be needed, but the return on investment is such that in the end, you can do this without increasing the price in the long term. So that's encouraging. Of course, we need to do it in practice. So I guess I would say, let's see in a year or two from now how much progress we can make. And I hope we have more examples like this one. I would flag as well the work of Medicines for All, which some of you might know. It's an organization that's focused on green chemistry. And they, for instance, demonstrated that for some TB drugs, the number of steps involved in the chemical process can be reduced drastically. And that would lead to a reduction of the cost of production and of the emissions associated to the production. So there are some win-win situations out there.
Thank you. That's really reassuring to hear. So I'm going to ask for a closing round, but I would like to, as part of that consideration, just to think, are there some elements that we haven't considered, like the financing of health systems and the incentives that are provided to provide better health, or such elements that we need to take into consideration? I'm going to start with Vincent because he's next to me.
Sure. No, maybe a couple of thoughts. One is, what are some of the key ingredients of success here? I think we've talked about partnership extensively. You've just mentioned financing, and yes, I think that's important to have that in mind. We won't be able to do all of that, everything that's been described without the financing to do it. The last one I would add is learning. And we are somewhat new in this space. Some of you have decades of experience, but we feel that we individually, collectively can learn a lot, and we'll need to learn a lot and be open to see what comes out of the first steps we're going to take, the first initiatives, the first projects, and what we can learn from what has been done in the cases where you've been involved for many, many years, and we can build on that.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Aditya and then Jamila and then go to Kieran and Fawzia. And I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. Parting message.
From our side, from the farmer side, for collaboration, pharma and healthcare are not two separate industries, and the decarbonization journey or any kind of an environment or social journeys would have to be together, and we have to work together. So we have to just collaborate and see where the lacunas are, where are the places where we can collaborate more, specifically on cold supply chains, on last mile availability and last mile affordability of the medicines. Those are the places where there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And that is the place where we need to collaborate together, to work together on those, because we don't have absolute visibility on those, and neither does the healthcare.
Much so, a lesson of learning, a lesson of collaboration. Jamila, what's your lesson?
I think we are at a tipping point I think we're at a point where we have, so much knowledge, innovation, and so I feel that the sense of possibility is there. What we need to do is use our voice well. We have a very significant role as healthcare professionals to drive this agenda, because no one else is better placed to do it. And I do feel, ultimately it's about systems and it's about finance.
Thank you. Systems, finance, and using our voice. Kieran.
I would say that in very low resource health systems, where in fact emissions will still need to increase before they start to go down, in that there's a need to expand universal health coverage in the first instance. I think we're still at the stage we need workable models and tools to make this, these changes happen at the level of facilities. And we need communities of practice, which we do start to have, to help to define what are the best buys at facility level. And then in terms of donors, please fund implementation research in these settings, and also tell us, what is what do you need? What is the sort of package that you need us to define, or is it a checklist, or what, to be able to actually take the risk of funding this work in very low resource settings, and especially fragile settings? Because I think that we can work on the implementation tools, but we need to know what is actually going to make donors want to invest in these settings.
So getting the donors on the hook. Thank you.
So I'd echo Jamila's statement in terms of our agency, because that's we don't have time to reimagine, remodel health systems. We have an immediate crisis that we need to use our leverage in terms of making the changes. But for me, benchmarking is the key, because that provides you with the education, not just for your own sector, but in terms of what to lobby for wider. But if we were wanting to reimagine our health sector, which we sorely need, I'd say the key thing is we have to find a way in which it pays health workers to keep people healthy. That's the simplest way I can summarize the problem.
Yes, thank you. Getting the right incentive. There's a huge paradigm shift about what we're trying to do here, and whether we're paying people to treat sickness or paying people to be healthy. I'd like to thank our panel. I hope you'll join me in thanking Jamila in Malaysia, Aditya in India, Fawzia, Kieran, and Vincent here. Thank you so much. We've got a break now, and please come back, because the next session is on shifting paradigms. And I think that's exactly what we're touching on here, is how do you actually take this to the next level and start shifting our paradigms about health systems, and how we really incentivize real change. So thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we've seen today, and it's been discussed, that the window to keep warming below 2 degrees is fast closing. And Joyita Gupta showed us this morning that it's already an unfair impact on some populations. And we have also dangerous impacts on other planetary boundaries. So new paradigms are needed, new approaches are needed. The aim we want to discuss today is how to operationalize solutions at a planetary scale, because that's what we need. And for that, we need to mobilize everybody in every aspect of their lives. But where do we start? The evidence shows that there are co-benefits of investment in climate action, and the co-benefits, the cost of co-benefits are less than the cost of inaction. And our panel today will try to answer the questions: how do we get exponential in the implementation of solutions? How to bust the myth of affordability, so everybody understands that it's affordable to implement climate action, and how to rise the challenge. So for this panel, we have 4 panelists, 2 online and 2 with me here. The first person I want to present is Fiona Macklin. She's currently a senior advisor at Groundswell. Groundswell is a project, a joint project by the Jeff Bezos Earth Fund and Global Optimism and the Systems Change Lab. And Fiona, before that, was a campaign director for Raise to Zero at the UNFCCC. After Fiona, we have also online Rob McQuire. Sorry if I don't say the name well. Rob is an advisor in climate policy and a former policy analyst and research advisor to Lord Nicholas Stern at the Grantham Research Institute at LSE, the London School of Economics. After Rob, we will have Mathieu, who's a former student of the École Polytechnique and École Normale Supérieure de Paris, where he studied quantum optics and condensed matter physics. And recently, Mathieu published an opinion piece on a Manhattan project for ecological transition, and he will tell us more about that. And last but not least, my colleague and director, Bruno Jochum, who's the executive director and founder of the Climate Action Accelerator. And Bruno, today we will start by you and a description of the approach to acceleration of the Climate Action Accelerator. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Alexandre. So first of all, I mean, this is a very important topic, changing the paradigm and models of acceleration in the face of, well, the time which is shortening every year to actually achieve a stabilization of the climate situation. And of course, we know it's way beyond climate. It's all the other planetary boundaries. And the Climate Action Accelerator, of course, we're very humble about what we can do as a group, but we also think it's very important to contribute to the thinking around models of acceleration, because basically most institutions, most organizations in society today are very far from having any sort of plan to actually contribute to the reduction of emissions or even adaptation and resilience. So there's been a lot of efforts on policy level, trying to have, government policy, funding streams, etc., to actually change society, change practices. There's a lot of focus on mobilizations of citizens who basically demand change. But when it comes to, mid-level institutions, of course, things are moving, and notably, there are, remarkable examples in towns, territories, but also businesses that are at the forefront, but we're still very far from actually the level that's needed. So what we've tried to, I would say, humbly contribute to is to see how you can actually, at the level of a given sector, in our case, the humanitarian, the aid sector, but also the health sector, how can you actually mobilize these mid-level institutions that are influential in their area with their peers around very, I would say, strong commitments, and then how to operationalize them. And the way we've actually taken this approach is identifying in the sector what are leading organizations that can actually bring others on board. So this is why we thought partnering with ICRC, with Médecins Sans Frontières, the Terre des Hommes movement, now UNITAID, all of these actors actually have a sphere of influence on others. And when it comes to the health sector, we know the health sector is a very large one. It's actually its emissions are actually very large. It's one of the biggest sectors in terms of emissions. It's not very well known, but it's the case. And what we've been working on in terms of theory of change is how do you actually contribute to the domino effect, and how do you have a horizontal effect in society at the level of peers. So what's interesting is to see, for example, if you take ICRC, it's at the center of the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, which is one of the few human organizations present in almost every country, every district in the world, with representatives of the Red Cross, Red Crescent Society in link with local authorities, with communities, with suppliers, etc. If you take UN agencies today, and notably the ones working in the humanitarian aid system, they are critical players in terms of programming of funds, and the way they decide to redesign some of their programming through climate smart approaches will influence hundreds and thousands of actors in different countries of the world. And I think that's the interesting part. The second is really, and we've seen this repeatedly, a lot of, I think we're at a stage where there's a mental shift going on in society at leadership level on the need to do something. But the question is, can we really take such a commitment? Is it feasible? And how can we operationalize it in practice? And there's still, even among those who are, ready to move, there's still a lot of apprehension on actually exposing oneself to risks if they take too ambitious commitments and they're not able to deliver. So it's actually paradoxical, because basically we're in need of an emergency approach, but the apprehension of reputational risks, for example, actually puts us in a situation where the collective risk is actually much, much higher. And operationalizing climate action today is left mainly to private consultants, so who are very good professionals among them, but they are responding to a market. So there's a demand, there's an offer. It's usually the client who determines the objective. What we're lacking is an operational support approach, which actually is principled, is fully aligned to Paris Agreement targets, and which also tries to play the domino effect, and how you can basically, by working with some partners, really have impact on potentially hundreds or thousands of other actors in the area. I'll stop there.
Okay. Thank you, Bruno. So I'm a bit biased because we talk about these things every week. But yeah, what I can summarize for what you said is like the CAA targets, or the Climate Action Accelerator targets, influential organizations, so they influence their network. And what we want to see is that they could influence hundreds or thousands of other actors in their networks or in their sectors. And now I'm gonna give the floor to Fiona, sorry. And we would like to hear your perspective on this kind of massive mobilization of organizations in different sectors, mostly based on your experience with the Race to Zero. Fiona.
Thank you so much, and hi everyone. Oh, I'm so sorry. There's a really loud echo. I don't know if there's any chance of fixing that. If not, I will carry on. That sounds better. Hi everyone, I'm Fiona. It's really great to be with you today, and also to see everyone joining virtually. So thank you so much for having me for such an important conversation. As you've mentioned, I've previously been involved working with the Race to Zero campaign, which is a campaign driven by the climate champions that are mandated by the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to mobilize these non-state actors. So the businesses, the finance players, the cities, the regions, and other organizations, including all the partners of the Climate Action Accelerator. currently now are over 12,000 non-state actors across the global economy that are committing to really robust net zero plans and beginning to contribute their fair share of halving global emissions by 2030. Earlier this year, I changed from that role into setting up a bit of a behind-the-scenes project and campaign, which we're referring to as Groundswell. And really the point of that is actually working very much in collaboration with campaigns like Race to Zero, but to help flip the narrative on climate. And Bruno, to what you were saying, really shift our mindsets into understanding what it's going to take to deliver this transformative action, and actually really highlight the momentum that is already underway in driving progress and transformations, in particular in response to the global stocktake process, which is quite a formal process and a techie process that was undertaken and has been going over the past couple of years to really take stock of where we are at. And this Groundswell campaign is really dedicated towards injecting a sense of possibility into the narrative so that mobilization campaigns like Race to Zero can be further supported in bringing and mobilizing businesses. I think a few comments, 4 thoughts mainly to kick off with in terms of the mindset behind this mobilization that I feel is important to emphasize is, first of all, we are way off track. And Bruno, as you've already alluded to, we don't need a global stocktake official process or report to tell us this. We can see it every day in terms of the weather impacts that we are witnessing all across the world, whether that's floods, droughts, wildfires, and so on. And indeed, I might even suggest that I think we need to go so much more than below 2 degrees. It really has to be a 1.5 degree aim that we are all collectively charting towards. And we are nowhere near where we need to be on that trajectory. So it's really clear as a second thought that acting later is too late. This is really our problem to solve, but more importantly, it's our opportunity to take. And in this global crisis moment, I think this is very much like very comparable to the COVID crisis that we experienced globally a couple of years ago. Every day of delay in locking down or in helping to develop vaccines causes deaths. And so this is really an opportunity to come together across the global community, because we just have no time to waste. But thirdly, and I think really importantly, it's critical that we understand that change is happening faster than we think. And we're seeing this across major sectors of the economy. And I'm sure Rob, who's been doing a lot of research on this, will provide even further examples. But in the power sector, for example, we're halving the cost of solar and wind energy every 6 and 9 years, respectively. Or in transport, we're currently doubling the rate of electric vehicle sales every 12 years. And similarly, we're seeing hugely positive trends in the heavy industry sectors like steel, concrete, aluminium. This is massive to understand. And Alexander, you mentioned at the start in the introduction, this idea of changing the paradigm and understanding exponential change. This is really a mindset that we need to collectively unite behind, because whilst we might think that change is sort of happening slowly and not getting us where we need to go, it is actually possible to dramatically uplift the trends in these sectors. And I think that gives us confidence that we can still course correct the delivery of the Paris Agreement, get ourselves back on track to delivering 1.5 degrees. However, fourthly, and really importantly, that success isn't inevitable. So it's not to say that given that we're seeing change happening, we need to throw back our hands and celebrate. Absolutely not. This is the time to double down and collectively make a choice away from business as usual and really leaning into positive economic, social opportunities and technological opportunities that this clean future presents. So I think as a sort of closing quick thought, we're really currently facing 2 exponential truths. The first is that we're witnessing constantly worsening impacts across the world. They're rapidly accelerating, also faster than we think, and they are getting much worse and much more fatal. And on the other hand, we're really starting to witness this exponential positive change across crucial sectors of the economy. And so I think in response to that, and to really lean into this mindset of agency, which can direct us back on a path to course correcting the Paris Agreement, we really need three things as a mindset in mobilization. The first is that solidarity and collaborative competition in a way. We have so much research now to suggest the economic insanity of continuing to explore oil, gas, coal, and the economic opportunities of really leading the way in the transition. But secondly, it's not just collaboration and sort of rallying between businesses and other organizations. It's really this coordinated effort between businesses, other non-state actors, and governments that is going to unlock change. And Bruno, you were mentioning policies and the importance of that. So businesses informing and demonstrating their appetite to change will help unlock policies that are transformative. And then thirdly, I think this stubborn mindset of optimism and possibility that we can do this together in an urgent way is really important. So I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. And there was a lot in what you said, but I like how you articulate how narratives can support the mobilization. And if I can summarize, you're very optimist because so many networks are starting to join together, and we can do more through collaboration between different sectors and different type of actors. And the message of hope always support this. And the better we act soon, the better it is in the end. And Mathieu, now I'm going to turn to you. Having heard the approach of the Climate Action Accelerator Bruno described and the perspective of Fiona on how we can mobilize the people, could you describe the proposed Manhattan Project for ecological transition and how it could contribute to this acceleration of climate action?
Yes. So thank you very much, Alexandra, and thank you to the accelerator for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I'm very happy to be here. So yes, the first thing I want to speak briefly about is just how crazy our society today, our like industrial world, depends on many scientific problems, many processes that have been developed by engineers and by scientists during decades and even centuries sometimes. And it's crazy to see how they are like widespread. And now, in fact, everything we do every day depends on these processes. So just a few examples. So for example, of course, when you use a car, you use like an engine of an engine that has been developed for like by the company. And the steel of the car. I mean, it's a process that is done every day, and that has a huge carbon footprint. And then you can maybe you will eat something during the day, and if you eat bread, so you have crops, and the crops, they need ammonia, and so the synthesis of ammonia itself is a process that dates back to the start of the 20th century, and it has in fact never really changed. And so in fact it's crazy to see how, if we want to move out of fossil fuels and reduce carbon emissions as a whole, in fact, it's an extremely hard problem, even simply from a technological point of view. It's not only like the will to change. It's really physical problems that we, for the larger part, we have simply never addressed because we have never wondered how to get out of carbon for ammonia or for energy storage or for food production, for and I could go on for, I don't know. So here, another point that I want to make clear as well is that there are not only fossil fuels that we need to get out of. In fact, you have many processes in industry everywhere that produce carbon dioxide, but they don't necessarily use fossil fuels. It's not the same. And for example, let's say you want to produce aluminium. We use aluminium every day. So we today, since a few decades, we use electrolysis of aluminium. So we use alumina, so which is an oxide of the aluminium, and we heat it to several thousands of degrees, and then we have liquid molten salt, and then we use extremely high currents, electrical currents in the bath of liquid alumina, and then we get out of all the oxide, and then we produce carbon dioxide. So it's hugely intensive in the carbon, but it's not because of coal or oil. It's just the physical process itself that we use, and it's the same for steel. It's the same for ammonia, and it's the same everywhere. So so that's a very big deal, and we have never just found another process yet. So all this to say, maybe I'm a bit too long, but okay. So we have many of these processes that are at the core of our society and that we need to change. And so the thing is, we have leads, we have some ideas of other processes that we could try. We know in which direction we should look for. And many ideas have started to develop. Now we can produce electricity without gas, so using solar, using the wind, using we have many other emerging technologies that are not well known yet. For example, we can also use salinity gradients in the sea or temperature gradients, and it's nice because it's not intermittent. So it's in some extent it's better than the solar and the wind. So the problem with all these new technologies is that they are not developed yet. They are extremely expensive compared to solar and wind, and extremely expensive, like even of course much more than fossil fuels, because all the fossil fuel technologies, even all our traditional processes, they have been optimized for so long that they are very efficient. And they cost nothing. They are just super cheap. And so it's how do you get out of such a system? It's a very hard question. So what we address as scientists is that we need to develop these new processes, and we need to do it as fast as possible in order to give society and democracy the possibility to use them and to shift. And so if we want to develop this, we need to get out of the business as usual in the research and in the engineering and in the industrial processes. And that's really the core of our message, that we need a new way to do the research. And we need to, so what we propose with the Manhattan Project for ecological transition is in fact very, very close to what the situation they had during the World War. The Second World War, there was a national emergency in the US. It was a question of survival. The whole economy was driven towards winning the war. Everyone was working on this, and so even the fundamental science is nuclear physics was starting since a few years only, and then they even they managed to identify what they should do, and then they built the whole complex of industry and of making putting the right people at the right place in order to scale up as fast as possible, because you just don't have time for the business as usual with exploratory research and cherry picking the right promising technologies using venture capitals and just then choosing the right startup. You don't have time for this. You need to think, because we know what we have to do. So we just need to think and to search in the right directions. And so that's really what we propose with the Manhattan Project, to link fundamental science, engineering, and the scaling up with the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And for that, we need a huge financial effort to launch all this research and project, right? And that's a very good transition to give the floor to Rob. And we would like to ask you to start by presenting some of the findings of the Stern review of the economics of climate change. The floor is yours, Rob.
Thank you, Alexandre. Please, could you mute in the auditorium? There's an echo. Yep, great, thank you. And I also had some slides that I think were going to be shown. So is it possible for us to see those as well online? Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Rob.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so we were supposed to do a Menti, but we'll give you the floor directly. So please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everybody. So yeah, it's great to be here and join you all. Thank you to Climate Action Accelerator for inviting me. Yeah, indeed, I'm now an independent advisor and researcher on climate finance and just transition, but formerly worked with Nick Stern and many others at the Grantham Research Institute at LSE in London. I'll speak briefly to the Stern review before sort of diving into some of these graphics that I've prepared for us to get our head around some of the numbers here. And I'd like to echo a lot of things that the former panelists have said as well. But on the Stern Review, I think it's worth reflecting that that's over 15 years ago now, as a piece of research identifying the problem we face in economic terms when it comes to climate change. But it's still extremely relevant. I can quote directly, the costs of stabilizing the climate are significant but manageable. Delay would be dangerous and much more costly. I think the bad news is that that's pretty much still the case. And the good news is that a lot of progress has been made in the time since that was written. If anything, the Stern Review potentially underestimated the risks, the damage associated with temperature rises and the probabilities of those, because we've seen spiraling evidence in the science, in the IPCC reports, but as Fiona said, we can see it with our own eyes all around. So I think the main message that's really important here, and as all the panelists are emphasizing, is that this climate action is a strategic choice, which leads to a superior economic future if taken strongly, whichever way you cut it. The graphics that I've got on this first slide help us understand the scale of the things I've just been saying. Sorry, please, can you go back to the one before? Thank you so much. So currently we have on the right-hand side, global climate finance flows. This is from great research by Climate Policy Initiative, which you can see is much smaller than other forms of financial flows. And indeed, the annual global climate finance flows are too low compared to what we need for the 1.5 degree scenario. And so that implies that there's a big investment need to meet here. But as I was just saying, the losses under a 1.5 degree scenario are much, much larger than those needs. So it's important. But I think the right-hand graphic is crucial here, in that the money is in fact there. It's really important when talking about cost or finance or investment to recall that the sort of business as usual trajectory we're on involves enormous investment in lots of things that are in fact not helping to create a more livable and safer world. And in many ways, investment in lots of things is too low for global development needs. And so this is not just a question of raising extra money, but also redirecting what's currently being spent. Okay, thank you. Please, can we go to the next slide? Thank you. And cost estimates really ultimately depend on the assumptions we're making about the availability and costs of different emission abatement technologies, and the scale and pace of emission cuts. So models with parameters that are based on current or even historical values are sort of unable by design to account for the extent of innovation that's going to take place. So there's always a pinch of salt with some of those projections, as we'll see in a second as well. But I think this is a really important graphic to focus on. It's very complicated, so I'll just try to summarize it. But down the left, you have all sorts of different technologies, and the length of the bar is not so important in total, but it's the possible contribution to mitigating emissions. But the colors are really key here. So where there's blue and those wind and solar large blue bars on the top, that shows just how much potential of reducing emissions can be done with cost savings at the moment. This is from the IPCC's mitigation section, or working group 3 of the 6th assessment report. In other sectors, well, in transport, I think it's notable that the emissions savings can also be achieved at lower cost. That's in the bottom right in most areas. in land use and agriculture, in the sort of middle on the left, we face a little bit more of a challenge. And so that's one key area where innovation is sorely needed. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So there's really room for hope here, because focusing for a second on the renewable energies, this graphic shows that the projections of falling costs, have consistently been too conservative. So renewable energies have become cheaper, faster, this is in the case of solar, cheaper, faster than expected by the IEA and others indeed. And we're seeing similar patterns now for batteries, lithium-ion batteries. I'm sure there's similar patterns for wind. And importantly, of course, renewable energies are inputs into so many other industries and sectors. And so these dramatically falling costs will result in further falling costs in other areas. Indeed, there's other panelists have mentioned lots of important examples where there are potential tipping points just around the corner. We had a study from Systemic called the Breakthrough Effect this year, which showed 3 sectors that could be on the verge where low carbon alternatives are going to outcompete existing high carbon solutions. And so those are EVs, for electric vehicles, sorry, for road transport, green ammonia used with hydrogen as a key part of that value chain, and alternative proteins. And I must stress the importance of government policy in terms of production mandates and public procurement to help get these tipping points over the line. And once they occur, it becomes a self-reinforcing feedback loop where it just makes sense for everybody to use the lower carbon alternative. So I think this is really important, because it means not only that by undertaking climate mitigation can we reduce the external costs, not only through physical climate damages, but also avoided rents to the fossil fuel sector and other large incumbent industries that are capturing lots of rents and draining public budgets. Also avoiding asset stranding, where eventually fossil fuel production and other sorts of assets will become economically unviable and result in losses. But in general, the process of production can be made cheaper, and so that you avoid all those costs, but you also make things cheaper to do and to produce. So there are huge benefits here that don't actually have to do with avoiding climate change per se. Could we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So I'll try to keep this brief, and we can move to the panel conversation after. But a really important point is how therefore we're going to achieve, and that was where we were getting to from the previous interventions, these cost declines. Where will the investment come from? So fiscal policy from government is a huge lever that's available. It must be targeted towards specific investment in measurable assets that can generate huge economies of scale in production and innovation. Time frame matters. So in the short term, it might be slightly difficult for even governments in richer countries to face their debt servicing costs, to navigate tight labor markets, to navigate inflation, which will obviously put downward pressure on growth once central banks react. But really, if we're thinking about the time frame for these costs and changes that I've just been presenting, then there are really huge multipliers over the longer term. And investing in the appropriate innovation will have great benefits. They're labor intensive, they reduce, they improve resilience of the overall economy, they bring health benefits and productivity from newer technologies. But many countries are not placed to be able to do this. So the final data that I'm presenting here is results from the independent high-level expert group on climate finance, which is producing a new report for this coming COP, but last year produced an analysis with recommendations. And a key takeaway is the enormous financing gap for emerging markets and developing economies, if you exclude China from that category. We find a $1 trillion per year gap in external finance that's needed by 2030. So there really needs to be what is called in that report a big push of investment. So collaboration must be between different kinds of institutions and actors, but also international. And this is not purely an act of solidarity, although it is that, but it is an act of self-interest for richer countries with the ability to help make these, or provide that finance and help to make these investments in countries with less financial resources, because of all the benefits that will then come back round in the way that I've been presenting just now, and reducing costs in terms of external costs and reducing costs in terms of the actual process of growth and production. So I will leave it there for now, but really look forward to picking up some more of this as we go through the panel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rob. I think you made a very convincing argument on how we need more investments. And I personally find very complementary your presentation with the one of Mathieu, calling for a shift in physical processes. And for that, we need a lot of investment. And in the end, you also talked about the different social, economical, even health co-benefits of many policies and actions that can be implemented. And I would like to ask you, Bruno, shortly, what examples you could give of findings of the financial impact of operationalizing climate action and the different co-benefits we see in this.
Yeah, so what we've been doing is cost modelization of different roadmap implementations at the level of, so we have a sample of about 8 organizations. They're not necessarily representative of the whole of society, but they represent, service organizations in the humanitarian and health sector. And we were actually quite surprised by what we found, because we're actually at levels of costs which are estimations, which are much lower than we previously thought, and which goes against a bit the myth of unaffordability of action. So what we found is generally levels of total gross costs of about often between 1% and 2% of an annual budget, and savings which often were greater than 1%. So net costs which were actually between 0 and 1%. So obviously it varies from organization to organization, and you can't generalize, but it does raise a question. It does raise a real question, because when you're at the level of the management of an institution or an organization, and you consider the risks in front of us, is making decisions on 0 to 2% of your budget is part of daily choices. I mean, these are choices of any management team, board, etc., every year. And it is going to become harder and harder to justify why this effort is not organized at the level of institutions and organizations, knowing what we know and knowing what the real future costs of inaction are, ahead of us. The other thing is really to understand that the inflation coming from higher energy costs and higher production costs is actually much higher than that. much higher than that. And it is today limiting the operational capacity of many organizations, because actually they're losing purchasing power. And when you relate, and notably because of the dependency of their cost structure to fossil fuels and other production issues. And so when you actually compare what is the trajectory of an organization over the next 5 to 10 years in a business as usual scenario compared to actually acting on their own cost structure, etc., well, the benefits appear very clearly. And the question becomes actually quite different. It's not about, what can we do to reduce, etc. It's actually how can you operate better in a world where energy prices are going to be structurally higher. And if you don't act on actually your supply chains, your ways of working, your transport, your infrastructure, etc., you're actually going to lose capacity to operate in the future. And I think everyone has to be aware of this situation. And talking about models of acceleration, so I think more research has to be done into really the practical implications, not necessarily, it's very important to do it at a planetary level or national level, etc. It's, it has to be done, but it's very important to do it at organizational level, because it goes against a lot of, preconceived ideas. And I think there's a huge effort to be done in terms of capacity building of organizations. And what is today, there are initiatives in society in different sectors on how can you support organizations in their transformation. This has to be multiplied by 10, by 100, by 1,000. And given the urgency of the situation, we really have to, collaborate, work collectively to provide the tools, to provide the analysis, and to empower organizations to act on ourselves. Another finding which is important is that looking at the carbon trajectories of organizations, what we saw is that what will come from society at large in the coming years in a realistic scenario may have an impact only on a quarter or a third of the emissions of an organization, which means that at least 2/3 to 3/4 comes from internal efforts. So there is a tendency sometimes to say, yeah, well, this is a bigger problem than us. It's the others, it's the industry, it's the finance, it's the governments, etc. But no, actually 2/3 to 3/4 will come from efforts within an organization. And it's time to understand this. It's time to see that the investments are an issue, but it's a workable issue. And it's a lot about finding sometimes, funding mechanisms which actually ease the decision making. And here donors have a role to play by creating this facilitating environment. And I would say managers in institutions need to be, determined and brave in their decision making. It's a lot about choices.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you made a very strong argument. It's affordable. People now cannot argue we cannot do it. It's not the cost that is massive, but it's probably the mobilization that needs to be massive. And that's good, because I wanted to turn to Fiona now. And after what Bruno said, how do you see the role of mobilization at large scale to bring more leaders of organizations in operationalizing climate action?
Thanks, and conscious of time, so I'll be relatively brief, but I think mobilization at a large scale can play a really important role in setting out examples for success to follow. I think at the moment what we're witnessing that's potentially quite dangerous is an increasing retreat of businesses, of financial leaders, of even donors, other organizations and institutions pulling back from wanting to lift their head above the parapet, because whatever they say, they will get criticized or slandered. Either it's because they're not doing enough, or that what they're doing isn't isn't in line with the 1.5 degree goal. And I think that push for stronger ambition is always useful. However, I think we've got into a stage where now no businesses are putting themselves forward. They're also, whether it's being slammed by civil society for not going far enough, or even at the moment in the States, for example, attorneys general criticizing businesses for collaborating on climate because of antitrust law, which is I think a real weaponization of that legal frame is I think putting non-state actors in a really delicate position. And so this is really the time for campaigns for mobilization initiatives to lean in to provide that collective sort of protection and support of these non-state actors to be able to step up and humbly say, we know we're not perfect, but here is what we're doing, here is the pathway that we're setting, because we know it's advantageous and it will move us in the right direction and it's economically beneficial. So I think that role of mobilization plays a really important part in creating that protection and supportive protection, and also helping with messaging that will be interpreted in the right way. And so with that humility, but also with specifics on what is being done. The final thing I'll say is that, and thinking back to days in Race to Zero, it was so important to information share. And if you get businesses stepping up and saying, I'm trying to do this, but I'm lacking investment, or I don't know where to do this project, you can bring in a city or an investor, and collectively you're solving problems much faster than you would in individual silos. So I think the cross-stakeholder collaboration in mobilization is really critical, and that kind of continuous drip feed of case studies and of examples where organizations have taken a step forward. Either they've learned lessons of what not to do, or they've been extremely successful, and that needs to be shared. So I think that's a really critical role. The last thing I'll say is that also it's not just cross stakeholder, it also absolutely has to be cross regions. And in order to deliver a fair and equitable transition, which is essentially the only transition we can have anyway, we really need to continue enhancing and strengthening cross-regional collaboration, and whether that's enabling, again, through policies, which we've talked a lot about, empowering or enabling donors or investors to actually really fund projects in developing and emerging economies, or whether it's identifying, existing exciting projects in those regions and flashing them up as opportunities for investment. I think that nature of mobilization is also something that we need to collectively as a community do better. And again, we're seeing signs of that progress, but we need to double down on that.
Okay, thank you. So sharing more stories of success across sectors is key. That's what I get from what you've said. I have a couple of more questions to Mathieu and Rob, but as the time is advancing, I would like to propose the public to ask us some questions. Is there anything on Zoom for the moment? No. Is there a question from the public? Yeah, I see 2 hands rising there.
Hello, taking in mind the comparison between France and Germany, for instance, do you think we can make it without nuclear energy?
You take that one?
Okay. Okay, so thanks for the question. Okay, I will try to give a few numbers in order just to make things easier to see. So following the nuclear accidents in Chernobyl and later in Fukushima, the Germans have decided to get out of the nuclear energy, which was sad because, I mean, they had the most effective power plant in the whole world. Their production rate was the best in the world. And so, okay, now what they have chosen as a path to producing green electricity is to rely on solar and wind energy with an additional input from Russian gas through the Nord Stream channels, pipes. Because the thing is that, in fact, you need energy all the time. You need electricity during all day because all processes need energy during all day. You can, to some extent, apply some what they call the flexibility in the demand, but it's very limited, in fact. So the thing is that the Germans have installed 120 gigawatts of solar and wind power, and 120 gigawatts is enormous in terms of materials that you need to use, in terms of steel, in terms of aluminum, in terms of carbon fibers that you will use for the wind turbines. Just for comparison, in France we have 60 gigawatts of nuclear, and nuclear is much more efficient in terms of materials, of like minerals and everything, metals, for example, that you use per kilowatt installed kilowatt. So it means that, so like it's roughly a factor of 10. So it means that the Germans used 20 times more materials just for electricity than us, not even counting the gas plants. And the thing is that now we are at this stage for the chosen industry, the chosen industrial tools, and now we can compare the results. I mean, the Germans, they are at 800 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour, if I'm not mistaken, and we are at 55. So, I mean, it's I hope maybe they are at 400. It's roughly a factor of 8, I think. So they're at 400, I think, and we are at 55. So it means that, I mean, it's a catastrophe. So I like, from my point of view, it's a catastrophe, and I think that any stable political regime should go for the nuclear.
Okay, thank you. Is there another question? There are one or two more.
Yeah. Hi, Mary Jean Buer. I've been expert for InnoSuisse, working in the energy sector, mostly smart energy systems and decentralized energy systems, so renewable, etc. It's very interesting. I think that we are in a crisis situation, and just now piggybacking on what you said about nuclear, I was never really for nuclear because it's gonna, if you go for nuclear, we also break all the market for renewable energy, because I mean, that was part of the reason why people didn't support nuclear energy. And I think now we're in such a crisis situation, I would be even open to that. But coming back to my question, what I wanted to say, I think, and this is going to be a little provocative, but I've been working 25 years on climate change. So I think I'm just going to say it. I worked in the UN already, 3 agencies, UNEP, UNCTAD, and IPCC. Okay, I don't say anything wrong with the UN, but I left. I had a very good position, and I left because I saw we were not able to make, really, I couldn't myself make any difference. Okay, I was just part of the system. I was doing my job, but I felt like we can't, it's too slow. To wrap it up, it's too slow. And we've seen that. I mean, we've seen that. We're still here talking about it. COP, I don't know what, is there in COP4 in Buenos Aires, and we're still doing COPs. So to say that, I don't believe anymore in the huge institutions. Academia, I've switched to academia, is also another problem, I'm sorry to say, but you have to fit into that game. And it's another problem. We can't wait for academics to either solve the problem. So I'm very sorry, but yeah, luckily we're free as academics to say what we think, a little bit free, because of course, if you're too radical, you're not going to have a career. So sorry for you, but you can become somebody else. I don't know, an activist, entrepreneur, or something else. I'm just saying, what do we need now? It's very serious. What do we need? I think we need more collective action on the ground. And I'm really sorry, but we need people to support those institutions. I was the other day at the Impact Hub in Zurich. I was hoping for, entrepreneurs, young people with ideas to have an impact. What happened? I'm really sorry, but we were supported. We had sponsors from companies. So there was, for example, EWZ, the producer of the Zurich electricity producer, that was sponsoring our challenge. In the end, they never showed up. So already that was crazy. We had Patagonia. Thankfully, Patagonia came in and replaced them, but they have nothing to do with energy except that they care about energy because they're actually people that care. I just want to say we need institutions that support the on-the-ground people. So the people willing to go to hackathons, willing to go to climathons, willing to go, but we need people that can support them properly with the real design thinking process, not some sort of thing where you have 2 minutes to come up with an idea, and that basically you had to have your idea already before, and then they try to make a big hoopla, a big party, and so only the people that were supported before the process are going to be good at pitching and so on, and then they get some sort of support for basically an insurance on a zipper, which is not going to solve climate change. So I'm sorry, we need real institutions to support the on-the-ground people that will change things, the people that will change things. So I don't know, there's so many people having great ideas, startups and so on, but who will support them? Who will finance these startups? And now in this economic situation, they're all doing badly. They're great people with great ideas, but they need to be financed. And that can change the things, but who will finance them? Sorry, I just said everything. But
Thank you. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for the emotions carrying the message. Actually, that's good because I had a question related to that, and I'll turn on to Rob. And drawn on what was just said, what are your thoughts on how capital for investment can accelerate climate action? We just had.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the questions. It's a big issue. So there's a need for lots of different kinds of investment. And my fear is that at the moment, our societal model is not directing the kinds of investment. Sorry, is there a problem? Hello? I'm afraid I can't hear the auditorium.
Yeah, try again.
Hi, sorry, can you hear
sorry,
me now?
you couldn't hear that. I was saying it was cutting, the sound was cutting and the video as well. So maybe you can try to answer without the video. Sorry for the public, but I think the sound would be better.
Okay, sorry, let me turn off my own video. Can you hear me all now? There's some kind of delay between us, I think, is causing the problem. You can hear me. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. Thank you. So I'll start again. I was trying to say that I think the issue, as I emphasized with the presentation, that there is a lot of money flowing, and there's a lot of money that's not flowing as well. And so there are forms of investment available. We need many different forms of investment, but the issue at the moment is that the forms of investment are not being matched to the opportunities in the right way. And so that could be across sectors, or whether it's for different kinds of organizations, or we might be talking internationally. So I'll start with the final piece. We've recently seen a very fraught and difficult phase of the global negotiations over loss and damage fund. And the loss and damage fund is an extremely important part of the overall climate finance offering in order to support countries that are disproportionately exposed to damages, to be able to support their economic structure and prevent kind of collapse where those damages from rising climate change occur. And the importance of that fund is that it is concessional. In fact, it needs to be grant-like. This is not something that we're asking repayment for. There is a lot of climate finance at the moment that is currently being delivered as debt at market rates. And now I didn't present the final chart in the slides, and it showed, I think, briefly for you all in the auditorium, but many emerging and developing economies, those countries face spiraling debt at the moment. And that's largely because of inadequate support, inadequate financial structuring, and the use of market and private finance for kinds of investments where that should not be used. So if we sort of extrapolate from this to different kinds of sectors as well, we can think about there are some investments in adapting to and building resilience to climate impacts that will pay return in the future, because they will improve, against the counterfactual, your one's productivity, revenue, and so on. And so concessionality at the start might be necessary for those kinds of investments, but there is a potential of repayment. Moving backwards again, I think with these kind of innovation, that's really the focus of lots of what people are saying here today. There's a lot of focus on the very high risk forms of investment, and I think sort of venture capital has been mentioned. We can't be expecting every solution to explode into enormous dividends and revenues in the future, even if at a sort of macro scale, that's the effect that's happening. And I think that the final point I'd share is that really a lot more structuring from public policy when it comes to the kind of domestic investments in innovation, particularly in Europe and other rich countries, would go a long way. There's a huge problem at the moment with policy uncertainty and undermining the private investment climate. So much could be improved by improving that policy certainty. But to do that, we have to get into the dynamics that folks have been discussing today, which is a two-way street between organizations acting on their own climate targets and cost structures, signaling and providing information, as Bruno and Fiona both said, to help policymakers understand where those kind of gaps really are, and then packages of finance and investment will start to flow in a directional and intentional way. But at the moment, that intentionality is lacking. So, yeah, that was a collected thoughts on what I think is quite a big picture issue. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Yeah, I take your conclusion, and like you relied on what Bruno said, and basically, if I can summarize, you said that maybe the exemplarity of some organizations can inspire more structuring policies that will help to channel the right investments and trigger them and remove some barriers. We slowly reaching the end. We have to stop at 5, right? Okay, so we are in the 5-6 more last minutes. Sorry, I'm hesitating. I think I'll give you the opportunity, every one of you, to have a 1-minute conclusion in a few sentences, or just the last sentence to conclude. So we will start by Fiona. This panel, please.
Thank you. I think, well, first of all, thank you so much. And it's been really fascinating to listen to co-panelists as well. So great to be part of this. I think as a lasting thought, I would just want to reiterate the exciting opportunities that this transition presents. And I think we really have to shift our mindsets towards understanding what those opportunities really mean at every level, both for governments and policies, for the businesses, the finance space, the organizations, and for civil society and everything in between. And this is really a question of a global scale collaboration to leverage that. So I think in the mobilization, and as we all and each of us collectively look towards driving this transition, I think making sure that we're helping to encourage that mindset of opportunity based on the scientific evidence that is underway is really important.
Rob?
Thank you. Sorry, I'm afraid we couldn't hear half a bit of what you said. Thank you. I suppose I would conclude with a reflection and prompt for everyone in the audience on the panel, and indeed thank you for this opportunity to join this interesting conversation. My prompt would just be to ask everybody to reflect on what might really radically change how you do things in a few years' time, and whether that's a new technology or a new process or a new way of structuring your operations and efforts. And then added to that, who might you be able to work with? Who might you be able to share that idea, that dream, that hope, that inspiration with, that could then build one of these connections and collaborations that we've been talking about here today, that I think are really the root of all this innovation. So yeah, what is it you could you're hoping to see change in the next few years? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will give the floor to Bruno, and maybe Mathieu, you can finish. Go ahead, Bruno.
Yeah, no, I think as a conclusion, I would say that, you know, if we look at the picture, there are a lot of things moving and accelerating in society. Also, both, you know, the risks, but also I would say the approach to the problem. There's a lot of solutions which are perfectly known and described. The benefits of action outweigh the costs very, very clearly, and they're within usually, you know, the decisional margins of many organizations and institutions. So I think it's, you know, what's needed today is really to have a critical mass of organizations and institutions who actually, you know, lead by example, and we know that you know, policies change when actually practices already exist in society, and what the policy does is it generalizes a practice which is already adopted by part of the society. And what is needed today is really to have this critical mass in many different sectors that will actually create the political conditions for you know, more important policy changes. And I think everyone has a very clear role to play, and to create this environment that can considerably accelerate you know, impacts and action.
Okay, thank you. And I imagine that will support the underground people that are taking action also in the operationalization. And we are in the last 1 minute. So Mathieu, what is your conclusion?
Thank you, Alexandre. So yes, as a conclusion, I wanted to point out a last co-benefit of action that I think no one has mentioned is that in fact we want to attract young people to organizations that move. And it will be a huge challenge for organizations that don't move fast enough to attract students. And I'm still a student. I was in university just a few years ago, and I see how quickly it changes. Even when I was in the university 3 years ago compared to generations that are now, it's crazy. I mean, they are crazy compared to as we were there then. So I mean, organizations really have a huge issue there. They need to move, otherwise no one will come. So that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. It's a matter of life or death for them. Thank you very much. So thank you. We are bang on time. It's exactly 5, and I think we're moving to the closing remarks soon, right?
setting things up. So it's been an intense and intensive day. So we're welcoming now on the stage Dr. Karim Lawabdia Selami. Is actually, he has such a long and brilliant career, but he's also our very dear president, the president of the Climate Action Accelerator. Karim is the former deputy general director of the Agence Française de Biomédecine, a French government body, and a former director of MSF's campaign for essential medicine and former director general of MSF in Paris. So Karim will deliver some closing remarks. Thank you. Do you need technical support from us? Okay, great.
I will deliver the closing remarks in French. Just we talked in English, all the day. That's why we have to maybe to switch for the ones, who cannot understand French. You have, headsets, at the back, and you can take them. So, la journée, comment conclure une journée qui a été aussi riche à tous les niveaux, puisque le thème était comment accélérer effectivement les actions climat pour mieux répondre aux besoins en croissance, et comment les acteurs de l'aide et de la santé peuvent répondre aux besoins croissants de ces populations en accélérant la réduction de leurs émissions. On a eu plusieurs panels. Je ne vais pas faire un résumé des panels parce qu'ils ont été faits à la fin de chaque panel. L'introduction a été quand même assez riche aussi. En ce qui concerne le panel 1 qui concernait effectivement un zoom sur l'aide alimentaire et la nutrition et l'agriculture, qui représente près de 50% des émissions du secteur humanitaire, d'émissions de gaz à effet de serre du secteur humanitaire international. Et face à la croissance des besoins des populations et la diminution aussi des rendements agricoles, comment peut-on développer les capacités à aider les populations les plus vulnérables et renforcer la résilience et à diminuer leur empreinte carbone? Beaucoup d'enjeux. Bien sûr, on a retenu qu'il n'y a pas, comme on dit en anglais, no one size fits all. L'innovation est clé. Le pouvoir importance de collaborer, d'apprendre les uns des autres, d'échanger. La recherche est fondamentale et effectivement aussi l'engagement des stakeholders. Sur les soins de santé, comment améliorer les prestations et comment repenser des modèles d'organisation des soins de santé et quelle approche opérationnelle pour maximiser les bénéfices et dans les pays à ressources limitées. Kiran nous a beaucoup parlé du Tchad, effectivement, et qui était très intéressant. Alors, on a eu aussi de la part de Jamila Mahmoud une présentation très intéressante. La collection de données est aussi clé pour prioriser les mesures et évaluer les progrès faits. Comment incentiver les fournisseurs de soins pour acheter des produits, mais pas en envoyant des signaux au marché, et que la vision doit être faite à partir du niveau local et être répandue au niveau des primary healthcare. En ce qui concerne le dernier panel, on vient de l'avoir, donc je ne vais pas développer à nouveau puisque ça a été fait. Donc, il y a eu ce qu'on peut dégager comme vraiment messages clés qui sont, voilà, ceux d'abord que Gupta nous a rappelé que nous étions déjà 6 des 9 planetary boundaries ont été dépassés et que aujourd'hui nos marges de manœuvre rétrécissent. Et les organisations ont la responsabilité d'agir maintenant sur au moins ce qu'elles contrôlent. exponential action, qui est bien sûr supporté par des mobilisations, la recherche scientifique, les investissements massifs qui ont le potentiel de nous amener là où nous voulons être. Des stratégies de réduction des émissions, des stratégies ambitieuses qui n'empêchent pas la capacité des organisations de répondre aux besoins dans les domaines de la santé et de la nourriture. Et donc, qui doivent plutôt renforcer les capacités des acteurs d'opérer dans ce monde. Plus doit être fait pour développer des alternatives qui soient abordables, qui soient durables, qui soient bien sûr low carbone et qui soient résilientes et qui soient des solutions qui soient supportées par des efforts locaux et globaux pour repenser et redessiner des modèles. L'effort de déployer ces alternatives doit être bien sûr soutenu par différentes organisations, mais aussi par des bailleurs de fonds. Et tout le monde doit collaborer pour co-créer des solutions et définir de nouveaux référentiels et des cadres de travail. J'ai retenu une phrase de Jamila Mahmoud qui disait que faire, je crois que c'est elle, oui, de faire que les accords de Paris soient plus obligatoires et non pas volontaires. Voilà, et ça, je pense que c'est un point qui est quand même fondamental. Il y a eu aussi un appel, bien sûr, à l'action, et on a parlé beaucoup de leadership pour avoir des actions collaboratives pour aller plus loin et accélérer le pas vers les actions sur le climat. Vraiment, les mots qui sont revenus tout au long de la journée, ça a été collaboration, action collective, mobilisation pour entraîner les différentes organisations et aussi les politiques, parce qu'effectivement, sans les politiques, on n'avancera pas non plus, parce qu'on peut le voir aujourd'hui, hein. Donc, il faut absolument se mobiliser, travailler ensemble et aller de l'avant et même discuter avec ceux qui ne sont pas d'accord, parce que c'est avec cela aussi qu'on pourra avancer. Voilà donc les points forts que j'ai un peu soulevés et retenus des différentes interventions qui étaient quand même très, très, très riches. Et je pense que tout le monde a apprécié la journée. Et donc, voilà. Avant de clore la journée, je vais faire des remerciements. D'abord, des remerciements à tous les partenaires pour leur collaboration et pour leur contribution à l'action de CAA. Je remercie tous les panélistes et les modérateurs, les institutionnels qui ont soutenu cet événement, comme le canton de Genève, l'Office fédéral des affaires étrangères allemand, les centres de crise et de soutien du ministère des Affaires étrangères français, ECHO, donc de l'Union européenne, et tous nos autres donneurs qui ont soutenu et qui soutiennent notre travail. Je remercie effectivement le campus Biotech pour nous avoir permis de tenir cet événement et à nous avoir fourni la traduction, et les partenaires en communication pour couvrir cet événement. Bien sûr, cet événement n'aurait pas pu avoir lieu si toutes les équipes de CAA, les internes, les volontaires qui travaillent avec nous, incluant les étudiants du Graduate Institute, qui viennent et qui nous soutiennent aujourd'hui sur leur temps libre. Et aussi, je remercie les traducteurs qui ont été quand même parfois peut-être mis en difficulté par la rapidité de des discours. Un remerciement très spécial à Béatrice. Je ne la vois pas. Elle est où? Elle se cache. Pour avoir mis en musique et permettre à cet événement de se tenir. Merci Béatrice. Et aussi à Macarena Castro. Voilà, tu te lèves. Voilà. Sans laquelle, effectivement, ce jour n'aurait pas été possible. Voilà, donc cet événement prend fin. Effectivement, il y aura les 2 derniers événements l'an dernier et cette année, donc nous permettent de pouvoir tirer les leçons, et on va tirer les leçons de ces événements pour à l'avenir, parce que de toute façon, il y aura un événement annuel, c'est très important, et donc de pouvoir peut-être repenser la forme et l'organisation. Donc, je remercie aussi Bruno Joschunk sur le travail qu'il fait à CA, et aussi toutes les équipes qui sont autour de lui. Merci à tous.